Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters that were under the firmament from the waters that were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together to one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit according to his kind, whose seed is in itself on the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed according to his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself according to his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light on the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light on the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven." And God created great whales, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly, according to their kind, and every winged fowl according to his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth." And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth a living creature according to his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth according to his kind." And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth according to his kind, and cattle according to their kind, and everything that creeps on the earth according to his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. And God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed that is on the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth in which there is life, I have given every green herb for food. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work that he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work that he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work that God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, at the time when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life was also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it parted and became 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon. It is the one that compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. It is the same one that surrounds the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. It is the one that goes toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for at the time when you eat of it you shall surely die. And the Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a help suitable for him. And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatever Adam called every living creature, that was its name. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a help suitable for him. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead of it. And from the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, he made a woman, and brought her to the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Genesis chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field that the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, Yes, has God said, You shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat of the fruit from the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree that is in the midst of the garden, God has said, You shall not eat from it, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. And the serpent said to the woman, You shall not surely die, For God knows that in the day you eat from it, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took some of its fruit and ate, and gave also to her husband with her, and he ate. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord God, walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called to Adam, and said to him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you that you should not eat? And the man said, The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me from the tree, and I ate. And the Lord God said to the woman, What is this that you have done? And the woman said, The serpent deceived me, and I ate. And the Lord God said to the serpent, Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. To the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. And to Adam he said, Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten from the tree of which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and also thistles it shall bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. For you are dust, and to dust you shall return. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. For Adam, and also for his wife, the Lord God made coats of skins, and clothed them. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from where he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. Genesis chapter 4. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And again she bore his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought from the fruit of the ground an offering to the Lord. And Abel also brought from the firstlings of his flock, and from the fat from them. And the Lord had respect for Abel and for his offering, but for Cain and for his offering he did not have respect. And Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said to Cain, Why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door. And his desire shall be for you, and you shall rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said to Cain, Where is Abel your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, from now on it shall not yield to you her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond you shall be in the earth. And Cain said to the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face I shall be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that everyone who finds me shall slay me. And the Lord said to him, Therefore, whoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark on Cain, lest anyone finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelled in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived, and bore Enoch. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. And to Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methushael, and Methushael begot Lamech. And Lamech took to him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. And Ada bore Jabal. He was the father of those who dwell in tents, and those who have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who handle the harp and organ. And Zillah also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in bronze and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, you wives of Lamech. Listen to my speech. For I have slain a man for my wounding, and a young man for my harm. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth. For God, she said, has appointed me another child instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enosh. Then men began to call on the name of the Lord. Genesis chapter 5. This is the book of the generations of Adam. At the time when God created man, in the likeness of God he made him. Male and female he created them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, and according to his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begot Enosh. And Seth lived after he begot Enosh 807 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begot Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begot Canaan 815 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalaleel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalaleel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalaleel lived 65 years, and begot Jared. And Mahalaleel lived after he begot Jared 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and he begot Enoch. And Jared lived after he begot Enoch 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God 300 years after he begot Methuselah, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground that the Lord is cursed. And after he begot Noah, Lamech lived 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair, and they took wives for themselves, all whom they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same became mighty men who were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it grieved the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it grieves me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked on the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And God said to Noah, The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make an ark of gopher wood. You shall make rooms in the ark, and shall pitch it inside and outside with pitch. And this is the fashion that you shall make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its breadth 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. You shall make a window to the ark, and in a cubit you shall finish it above, and the door of the ark you shall set in its side. With lower, second, and third stories you shall make it. And behold, I, even I, am bringing a flood of waters on the earth to destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you I will establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort you shall bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of fowls according to their kind, and of cattle according to their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth according to his kind, 2 of every sort shall come to you, to keep them alive. And take for yourself from all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it for yourself, and it shall be for food for you and for them. Thus Noah did, according to all that God commanded him, so he did. Genesis chapter 7. And the Lord said to Noah, You and all your house come into the ark, for I have seen you righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take with you by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep offspring alive on the face of the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made I will destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according to all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was on the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps on the earth, there went in 2 and 2 to Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass, after 7 days, that the waters of the flood were on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day, Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered into the ark. They and every beast according to his kind, and all the cattle according to their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to his kind, and every fowl according to his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in to Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, in which is the breath of life. And those who went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days on the earth, and the waters increased and lifted up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly on the earth, and the ark went on the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly on the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward the waters prevailed, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved on the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed that was on the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven. And they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and those who were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed on the earth 150 days. Genesis chapter 8. And God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that were with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and according to the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, on the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark that he had made. And he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned to him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her into him into the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and behold, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which did not return again to him any more. And it came to pass, in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dried. And God spoke to Noah, saying, Go forth from the ark, you and your wife, and your sons wives with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply on the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatever creeps on the earth, according to their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar to the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again strike any longer everything living, as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Genesis chapter 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be on every beast of the earth, and on every fowl of the air, on all that moves on the earth, and on all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you, even as the green herb. I have given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is its blood, you shall not eat. And surely your blood of your lives I will require. At the hand of every beast I will require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother I will require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God he made man. And you, be fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply in it. And God spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no longer become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look on it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. And God said to Noah, This is the token of the covenant, which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earth. And the sons of Noah who went forth from the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and from them the whole earth was overspread. And Noah began to be a farmer, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunk, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brothers outside. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it on both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they did not see their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done to him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants he shall be to his brothers. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And to those were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one according to his tongue, according to their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabteka. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asher and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and Resen between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. And Mizraim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtahim, and Pathrusim, and Caslahim, out of whom came the Philistines, and Caphtorim. And Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward the families of the Canaanites were spread out. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, to Gaza, as you go to Sodom, and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even to Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, according to their families, according to their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. To Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Asher, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Salah, and Salah begot Eber. And to Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. And his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begot Almadad, and Sheleph, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go to Sephir, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, according to their families, according to their tongues, in their lands, according to their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided on the earth after the flood. Genesis chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelled there. And they said to one another, Let us go to make bricks, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and they had pitch for mortar. And they said, Let us go to build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach to heaven, and let us make a name, lest we are scattered out on the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men built. And the Lord said, Behold, the people are one, and they have all one language, and they begin to do this. And now nothing that they have imagined to do will be restrained from them. Come, let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them out from there on the face of the earth, and they stopped building the city. Therefore its name is called Babel, because the Lord there confounded the language of all the earth, and from there the Lord scattered them out on the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And after he begot Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Salah. And Arphaxad lived 403 years after he begot Salah, and begot sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And after he begot Eber, Salah lived 403 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years, and begot Peleg. And after he begot Peleg, Eber lived 430 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begot Reu. And after he begot Reu, Peleg lived 209 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years, and begot Serug. And after he begot Serug, Reu lived 207 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begot Nahor. And after he begot Nahor, Serug lived 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begot Terah. And after he begot Terah, Nahor lived 119 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years, and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah, in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldeans. And Abram and Nahor took themselves wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren. She had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldeans, to go into the land of Canaan, and they came to Haran, and dwelled there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Genesis chapter 12. Now the Lord had said to Abram, Get out of your country, and from your family, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless those who bless you, and curse him who curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed, as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai, his wife, and Lot, his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, to the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared to Abram and said, To your descendants I will give this land. And there he built an altar to the Lord, who appeared to him. And he moved from there to a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord, and called on the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he came near to enter into Egypt, that he said to Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look on. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see you, that they shall say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I ask you, You are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you. And it came to pass that when Abram came into Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was very fair. The princess of Pharaoh also saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he treated Abram well for her sake, and he had sheep, and oxen, and male donkeys, and men servants, and maidservants, and female donkeys, and camels. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues, because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to me as a wife? Now therefore, behold your wife, take her, and go your way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Genesis chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar, which he had made there at first, and there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled in the land then. And Abram said to Lot, Let there be no strife, I ask you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brothers. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I ask you, from me. If you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as you come to Zoar. Then Lot chose for himself all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked, and sinners before the Lord. And the Lord said to Abram, after Lot was separated from him, Lift up now your eyes, and look from the place where you are northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land that you see, to you will I give it, and to your descendants forever. And I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your descendants also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in its length and in its breadth, for I will give it to you. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelled in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar to the Lord. Genesis chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him, and struck the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Sheva Kiriathaim, and the Horites on their Mount Seir to El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and struck all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, who dwelled in Hazazon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zoar. And they joined battle with those in the valley of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and those who remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their provisions, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelled in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one who had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelled in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were allied with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants, born in his own house, and pursued them to Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and struck them, and pursued them to Hobah, which is on the left side of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings who were with him, at the valley of Sheva, which is the king's valley. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods for yourself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand to the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, save only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion. Genesis chapter 15. After these things the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, Do not fear, Abram, I am your shield and your exceedingly great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, you have given no offspring to me, and behold, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, This shall not be your heir, but he who shall come forth out of your own body shall be your heir. And he brought him outside and said, Look now toward heaven, and count the stars, if you are able to number them. And he said to him, So shall your descendants be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans, to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, how shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said to him, Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, and a 3-year-old female goat, and a 3-year-old ram, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took to him all these, and divided them in the middle, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds he did not divide. And when the fowls came down on the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abram, and behold, a horror of great darkness fell on him. And he said to Abram, Know for certain that your descendants shall be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve I will judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. And you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your descendants I have given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Kadamites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaim, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children, and she had a handmaiden, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said to Abram, Behold now, the Lord has restrained me from bearing. I ask you, go in to my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelled 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband, Abram, to be his wife. And he went in to Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said to Abram, My wrong is on you. I have given my maid into your bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and you. But Abram said to Sarai, Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, from where do you come, and where will you go? And she said, I am fleeing from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said to her, Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands. And the angel of the Lord said to her, I will multiply your descendants exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said to her, Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brothers. And she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, You, God, see me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him who sees me? For that reason the well was called Beer Lahairoi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, whom Hagar bore, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Genesis chapter 17. And when Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face. And God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations I have made you. And I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations from you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be a God to you and to your descendants after you. And I will give to you and to your descendants after you the land in which you are a foreigner, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. And God said to Abraham, You shall keep my covenant, therefore, you and your descendants after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And he who is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations, he who is born in the house or bought with money from any foreigner, who is not of your descendants. He who is born in your house, and he who is bought with your money, must be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And God said to Abraham, As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give you a son from her also. Yes, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be from her. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born to him who is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear? And Abraham said to God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before you. And God said, Sarah your wife shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this set time in the next year. And he stopped talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the very same day, as God had said to him. And Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. On the very same day Abraham was circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money from the foreigner, were circumcised with him. Genesis chapter 18. And the Lord appeared to him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in your sight, do not pass away, I ask you, from your servant. Let a little water, I ask you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort your hearts. After that you shall pass on, for therefore have you come to your servant. And they said, So do as you have said. And Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes on the hearth. And Abraham ran to the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it to a young man, and he hurried to dress it. And he took butter and milk and the calf that he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they ate. And they said to him, Where is Sarah your wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life, and behold, Sarah your wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, and well advanced in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And the Lord said to Abraham, For what reason did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I certainly bear a child when I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, No, but you did laugh. And the men rose up from there, and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him? For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring on Abraham what he has spoken of him. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which has come to me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from there, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham still stood before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perhaps there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous who are in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken on myself to speak to the Lord, I who am but dust and ashes. Perhaps there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spoke to him yet again, and said, Perhaps there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said to him, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Perhaps there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it, if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken on myself to speak to the Lord. Perhaps there shall be 20 found there? And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perhaps 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. Genesis chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I ask you, into your servant's house, and remain all night and wash your feet, and you shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, No, but we will remain in the street all night. And he pressed on them greatly, and they turned into him and entered into his house, and he made them a feast, and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, surrounded the house, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called to Lot and said to him, Where are the men who came into you this night? Bring them out to us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door to them, and shut the door after him, and said, I ask you, brothers, do not do so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Let me, I ask you, bring them out to you, and do to them as is good in your eyes. Only to these men do nothing, for therefore they came under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he is acting like a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. And they pressed greatly on the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said to Lot, Have you anyone else here, son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatever you have in the city, bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry against them has grown great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it." And Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who married his daughters, and said, "Get up, you get out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city." But he seemed as one who mocked to his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, the angels hurried Lot, saying, "Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters, who are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city." And while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, and of the hand of his wife, and of the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful to him. And they brought him forth, and set him outside the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them outside, that he said, "Escape for your life. Do not look behind you or stay in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed." And Lot said to them, "Oh, not so, my lord. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have shown to me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee to, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live." And he said to him, "See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you have arrived there." Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun had risen on the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and on Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain. And he saw, and behold, the smoke of the country went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelled. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelled in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelled in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in to us, according to the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve descendants of our father." And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down or when she arose. And it came to pass on the next morning that the firstborn said to the younger, "Behold, I lay last night with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve descendants of our father." And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not perceive when she lay down or when she arose. Thus both the daughters of Lot were with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon to this day. Genesis chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from there toward the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, "She is my sister." And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, "Behold, you are but a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife." But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, "Lord, will you slay also a righteous nation?" Did he not say to me, 'She is my sister'? And she, even she herself said, 'He is my brother.' In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands I have done this." And God said to him in a dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore I did not allow you to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who are yours." Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears, and the men were greatly afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said to him, "What have you done to us? And how have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What did you see that you have done this thing?" And Abraham said, "Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, 'This is your kindness, which you shall show to me. At every place where we shall come, say of me, He is my brother.' And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them to Abraham, and restored to him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, 'Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you.' And to Sarah he said, 'Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes, to all who are with you, and with all others.' Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bore children. For the Lord had near closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Genesis chapter 21. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did to Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said, "God has made me to laugh, so that all who hear will laugh with me." And she said, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah should have nursed children? For I have borne him a son in his old age." And the child grew, and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, mocking. For that reason she said to Abraham, "Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac." And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said to Abraham, "Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the boy and because of your bondwoman. In all that Sarah has said to you, listen to her voice, for in Isaac your descendants shall be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman I will make a nation, because he is your offspring." And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat down on the other side of him a good way off, as it were a bow shot, for she said, "Let me not see the death of the child." And she sat on the other side of him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And God heard the voice of the boy, And the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said to her, "What ails you, Hagar? Do not fear, for God has heard the voice of the boy where he is. Arise, lift up the boy, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation." And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the boy drink. And God was with the boy, and he grew and dwelled in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelled in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took for him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, "God is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear to me here by God, that you will not deal falsely with me, or with my son, or with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done to you, you shall do to me, and to the land in which you have sojourned." And Abraham said, "I will swear." And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, "I do not know who has done this thing. Neither did you tell me, neither had I heard of it until today." And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them to Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs that you have set by themselves?" And he said, "For these 7 ewe lambs you shall take from my hand, that they may be a witness to me that I have dug this well." Therefore he called that place Beersheba, because there both of them swore. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol, the chief captain of his army, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and there called on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Genesis chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham, and said to him, "Abraham." And he said, "Behold, here I am." And he said, "Take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and get into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I will tell you." And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son. And he split the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went to the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to his young men, "Remain here with the donkey, and I and the boy will go over there, and worship, and come back to you." And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and both of them went together. And Isaac spoke to Abraham his father, and said, "My father?" And he said, "Here I am, my son." And he said, "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" And Abraham said, "My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering." So both of them went together. And they came to the place of which God had told him, and Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar on the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called to him out of heaven, and said, "Abraham, Abraham." And he said, "Here I am." And he said, "Do not lay your hand on the boy, or do anything to him, for now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him was a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah-Jireh, as it is said to this day, "In the mountain of the Lord it shall be seen." And the angel of the Lord called to Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, "By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your only son, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of heaven, and as the sand that is on the seashore, and your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies. And in your descendants shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice." So Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelled at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, "Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children to your brother Nahor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, also bore Tebah, and Gaham, and Thahash, and Maacah. Genesis chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a foreigner and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying to him, Hear us, my lord, you are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead. And Abraham stood up, and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it is your will that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place among you. And Ephron dwelled among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all who went in at the gate of his city, saying, No, my lord, hear me. The field I give you, and the cave that is in it, I give it to you. In the presence of the sons of my people I give it to you. Bury your dead. And Abraham bowed himself down before the people of the land. And he spoke to Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if you will give it, I ask you, hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it from me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him, My lord, listen to me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between me and you? Bury therefore your dead. And Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed for Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave that was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders surrounding it, were made sure to Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all who went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre, which is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is in it were made sure to Abraham for a possession of a burying place, by the sons of Heth. Genesis chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his eldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, Put, I ask you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that you shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell, but you shall go to my country and to my family, and take a wife for my son Isaac. And the servant said to him, Perhaps the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I bring your son again to the land from where you came? And Abraham said to him, Beware that you do not bring my son there again. The Lord God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my family, and who spoke to me and who swore to me, saying, To your descendants I will give this land, he shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. And if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only do not bring my son there again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels from the camels of his master and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down outside the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I ask you, send me success this day, and show kindness to my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the young woman to whom I shall say, Let down your pitcher, I ask you that I may drink, and she shall say, Drink, and I will also give your camels drink. Let the same be she whom you have appointed for your servant Isaac, and by it shall I know that you have shown kindness to my master. And it came to pass, before he had finished speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher on her shoulder. And the young woman was very fair to look on, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I ask you, drink a little water from your pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hurried and let down her pitcher on her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had finished giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also until they have finished drinking. And she hurried and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again to the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, said nothing to know whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had finished drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I ask you, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in? And she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. She said moreover to him, We have both straw and feed enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head, and worshipped the Lord. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who has not left my master destitute of his mercy and his truth. As for me, being on the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brothers. And the young woman ran and told those of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out to the man, to the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets on his sister's hands, And when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, "This is what the man said to me," that he came to the man. And behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, "Come in, you blessed by the Lord. For what reason do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels." And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and feed for the camels, and water to wash his feet and the men's feet who were with him. And food was set before him to eat, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told my errand." And he said, "Speak on." And he said, "I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great, and he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and men-servants and maidservants and camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him he has given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but you shall go to my father's house and to my family, and take a wife for my son. And I said to my master, Perhaps the woman will not follow me. And he said to me, The Lord, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way, and you shall take a wife for my son of my family, and from my father's house. Then you shall be clear from this my oath when you come to my family, and if they do not give you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day to the well, and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way in which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I ask, a little water from your pitcher to drink, and she says to me both, You drink, and I will also draw for your camels, let the same be the woman whom the Lord has appointed for my master's son. And before I had finished speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew water. And I said to her, Let me drink, I ask you. And she hurried and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. And I put the earring on her face and the bracelets on her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, who had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter to his son. And now, if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceeds from the Lord. We cannot speak to you bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as the Lord has spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they ate and drank, he and the men who were with him, and remained all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away to my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the young woman remain with us a few days, at least 10. After that she shall go. And he said to them, Do not hinder me, seeing the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the young woman and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah and said to her, Will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "You are our sister. Be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your descendants possess the gate of those who hate them." And Rebekah arose, and her young women, and they rode on the camels and followed the man, and the servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahairoi, for he dwelled in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she descended off the camel. For she had said to the servant, "What man is this who walks in the field to meet us?" And the servant had said, "It is my master." Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all the things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Genesis chapter 25. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begot Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Asherim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Henoch, and Abidah, and Eldaah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had to Isaac. But to the sons of the concubines who Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts while he still lived, and sent them away from Isaac his son eastward, to the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life that he lived, 175 years. Then Abraham gave up his spirit, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field that Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth. Abraham was buried there, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham, that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelled by the well Lahairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaiden, bore to Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tema, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns, and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his spirit and died, and was gathered to his people. And they dwelled from Havilah to Shur, that is, before Egypt, as you go toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brothers. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah as wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian, of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated by him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it is so, why am I thus?" And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two kinds of people shall be separated from your body. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger." And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that his brother came out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau, because he ate of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob boiled stew, and Esau came from the field, and he was without strength. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I ask you, with that same red stew, for I am without strength. Therefore his name was called Edom. And Jacob said, Sell me this day your birthright. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, Swear to me this day. And he swore to him, and he sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and stew of lentils, and he ate and drank, and rose up, and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Genesis chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, to Gerar. And the Lord appeared to him and said, Do not go down into Egypt. Dwell in the land of which I shall tell you. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your descendants I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath that I swore to Abraham your father. And I will make your descendants to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give to your descendants all these countries. And in your descendants shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because Abraham obeyed my voice, and observed my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelled in Gerar, and the men of the place asked him about his wife. And he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, She is my wife. He said, Lest the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she is fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out a window, and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, Behold, certainly she is your wife. And how did you say, She is my sister? And Isaac said to him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, What is this you have done to us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guiltiness on us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He who touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. And the man became great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and a great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. For all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said to Isaac, Go from us, for you are much mightier than we. And Isaac departed there, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelled there. And Isaac dug again the wells of water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they quarreled with him. And they dug another well, and quarreled for that also, and he called its name Sitnah. And he moved from there, and dug another well, and for that they did not quarrel. And he called its name Rehoboth. And he said, For now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went up from there to Beersheba. And the Lord appeared to him the same night, and said, I am the God of Abraham your father. Do not fear, for I am with you, and will bless you and multiply your descendants for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there, and called on the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzzath, one of his friends, and Phicol, the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said to them, For what reason did you come to me, seeing you hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We certainly saw that the Lord was with you, and we said, Let there be now an oath between us, even between us and you. And let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no harm, as we have not touched you, and as we have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed by the Lord. And he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore to one another, and Isaac sent them away. And they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well that they had dug, and said to him, We have found water. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. And Esau was 40 years old, when he took as wives Judith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind to Isaac and to Rebekah. Genesis chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau, his eldest son, and said to him, My son. And he said to him, Behold, here I am. And he said, Behold, now I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now, therefore, take, I ask, your weapons, your quiver, and your bow, and go out to the field, and bring me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Rebekah spoke to Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard your father speak to Esau your brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless you before the Lord, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to what I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from there 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perhaps will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse on me, and not a blessing. And his mother said to him, On me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took fine clothing of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them on Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the young goats on his hands and on the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came to his father and said, My father? And he said, Here I am. Who are you, my son? And Jacob said to his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you asked me. Arise, I ask you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me. And Isaac said to his son, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" And he said, "Because the Lord your God brought it to me." And Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near, I ask you, that I may feel you, my son, whether you are my very son Esau or not." And Jacob went near to Isaac his father. And he felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." And he did not discern him, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, "Are you my very son Esau?" And he said, "I am." And he said, "Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you." And he brought it near to him, and he ate. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said to him, "Come near now, and kiss me, my son." And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his clothing, and blessed him, and said, "See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. Therefore may God give you from the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed is everyone who curses you, and blessed is he who blesses you." And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, and Jacob had scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it to his father, and said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me." And Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, "Who? Where is he who has taken venison and brought it me? And I have eaten all of it before you came, and have blessed him. Yes, and he shall be blessed." And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceedingly bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." And he said, "Your brother came with deceit, and has taken away your blessing." And he said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing." And he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" And Isaac answered and said to Esau, "Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brothers I have given to him for servants, and with grain and wine I have sustained him. And what shall I do now to you, my son?" And Esau said to his father, "Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said to him, "Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword you shall live, and shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck." And Esau hated Jacob, because of the blessing in which his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, "The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Jacob." And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said to him, "Behold, your brother Esau, concerning you, comforts himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice and arise, flee to Laban my brother, to Haran, and remain with him a few days until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from there. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?" And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these who are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? Genesis chapter 28. And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said to him, You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take yourself a wife from there, from the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And God Almighty bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham, to you and to your offspring with you, that you may inherit the land in which you are a foreigner, which God gave to Abraham. And Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram to Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram to take himself a wife from there, and that as he blessed him he gave him a charge, saying, You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan, and that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and had gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan did not please Isaac his father, then Esau went to Ishmael, and took among the wives that he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. And Jacob went out from Beersheba, and went toward Haran. And he descended on a certain place, and remained there all night, because the sun had set. And he took from the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it, and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. The land in which you lie, I will give it to you and to your descendants. And your descendants shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And in you and in your descendants all the families of the earth shall be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will take care of you wherever you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have spoken of to you. And Jacob awoke out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil on the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was first called Luz. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will take care of me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat, and clothing to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. And this stone, which I have set for a pillar, shall be God's house. And of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th to you. Genesis chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. And behold, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for out of that well they watered the flocks. And a great stone was on the well's mouth, and all the flocks were gathered there. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again on the well's mouth in its place. And Jacob said to them, My brothers, where are you from? And they said, We are from Haran. And he said to them, Do you know Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said to them, "Is he well?" And they said, "He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep." And he said, "Behold, it is still high day. It is not the time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water the sheep, and go and feed them." And they said, "We cannot, until all the flocks are gathered together, and until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep." And while he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she watched over them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son, and she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, "Surely you are my bone and my flesh." And he remained with him for a month. And Laban said to Jacob, "Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be?" And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, "I will serve you 7 years for Rachel your younger daughter." And Laban said, "It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Remain with me." And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days, for the love he had for her. And Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in to her." And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in to her. And Laban gave Zilpah his maid to his daughter Leah for a handmaiden. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? For what reason then have you deceived me?" And Laban said, "It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service that you shall serve with me another 7 years. And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter as a wife also. And Laban gave Bilhah his handmaiden to Rachel his daughter to be her maid. And he also went in to Rachel, and he also loved Rachel more than Leah, and served with him another 7 years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, "Surely the Lord has looked on my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me." And she conceived again, and bore a son, and said, "Because the Lord has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also." And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again, and bore a son, and said, "Now this time my husband will be joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." Therefore his name was called Levi. And she conceived again, and bore a son, and she said, "Now I will praise the Lord." Therefore she called his name Judah, and stopped bearing. Genesis chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said to Jacob, "Give me children, or else I die." And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in God's place, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold my maid Bilhah. Go in to her, and she shall bear on my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaiden as a wife, and Jacob went in to her. And Bilhah conceived, and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel said, God has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her to Jacob as a wife. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a son. And Leah said, A troop comes. And she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I ask you, of your son's mandrakes. And she said to her, Is it a small matter that you have taken my husband? And will you take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said, You must come in to me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. And God listened to Leah, and she conceived, and bore Jacob the fifth son. And Leah said, God has given me my wages, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bore Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said, God has endued me with a good dowry. Now my husband will dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. And afterward she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived, and bore a son, and said, God has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, The Lord shall add to me another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, that I may go to my own place and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go. For you know my service that I have done for you. And Laban said to him, I ask you, if I have found favor in your eyes, remain. For I have learned by experience that the Lord has blessed me for your sake. And he said, Appoint me your wages, and I will give it. And he said to him, You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little that you had before I came, and it has now increased to a multitude. And the Lord has blessed you since my coming. And now when shall I provide for my own house also? And he said, What shall I give you? And Jacob said, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and protect your flock. I will pass through your flock today, removing from there all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats. And of such shall be my wages. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my wages before your face. Every one with me that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted as stolen. And Laban said, Behold, I wish it might be according to your word. And he removed that day the male goats that were striped and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took for himself rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and peeled white stripes in them, and made the white appear that was in the rods. And he set the rods that he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters in the watering troughs when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth striped, speckled, and spotted cattle. And Jacob separated the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the striped, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and did not put them with Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whenever the stronger cattle conceived, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he did not put them in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and donkeys. Genesis chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and of what was our father's he has gotten all this glory. And Jacob saw the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not favorable toward him as before. And the Lord said to Jacob, Return to the land of your fathers and to your family, and I will be with you. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his flock, and said to them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not favorable toward me as before, but the God of my father has been with me. And you know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times, but God permitted him not to hurt me. If he said, The speckled shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said, The striped shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore stripes. Thus God has taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes, and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams that leaped on the cattle were striped, speckled, and gray-colored. And the angel of God spoke to me in a dream, saying, Jacob? And I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift up now your eyes, and see all the rams that leap on the cattle are striped, speckled, and gray-colored. For I have seen all that Laban does to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you vowed a vow to me. Now arise, get out from this land, and return to the land of your family. And Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, Is there still any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted by him as strangers? For he has sold us, and has also quite devoured our money. For all the riches that God has taken from our father, that is ours and our children's. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do. Then Jacob rose up, and set his sons and his wives on camels, and he carried away all his cattle and all his goods that he had gotten, the cattle he had gotten, which he had gotten in Padan Aram, to go to Isaac, his father, in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Jacob stole away without Laban the Syrian knowing, in that he did not tell him that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward the mountains of Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob had fled. And he took his brothers with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the mountains of Gilead. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said to him, Be careful that you do not speak to Jacob either good or bad. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountains, and Laban with his brothers camped in the mountains of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done that you have stolen away without telling me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? For what reason did you flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp, and have not allowed me to kiss my sons and my daughters? You have now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, 'Be careful that you do not speak to Jacob either good or bad.' And now, though you wish to be gone because you greatly long after your father's house, yet for what reason have you stolen my gods?" And Jacob answered and said to Laban, "Because I was afraid, for I said, 'Perhaps you will take your daughters by force from me.' With whomever you find your gods, let him not live. Before our brothers, discern what is yours with me, and take it with you." For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maidservants' tents, but he did not find them. Then he went out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat on them. And Laban searched all the tent, but did not find them. And she said to her father, "Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is on me." And he searched, but did not find the images. And Jacob was angry, and argued with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, "What is my trespass? What is my sin that you have so hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brothers and your brothers, that they may judge between us both. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not miscarried, and the rams of your flock I have not eaten. What was torn of beasts I did not bring to you. I bore the loss of it. From my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus I have been 20 years in your house. I have served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle. And you have changed my wages 10 times. Unless the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely you would have sent me away now empty. God has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night." And Laban answered and said to Jacob, "These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day to these my daughters or to their children, which they have borne? Now, therefore, you come, let us make a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you." And Jacob took a stone, and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said to his brothers, "Gather stones." And they took stones, and made a heap, and they ate there on the heap. And Laban called it Jegar-sahadutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. And Laban said, "This heap is a witness between me and you this day." Therefore its name was called Gilead. And Mizpah, for he said, "The Lord watch between me and you when we are absent one from another. If you shall afflict my daughters, or if you shall take other wives besides my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness between me and you." And Laban said to Jacob, "Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast between me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and that you shall not pass over this heap and this pillar to me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us." And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered sacrifice on the mountain, and called his brothers to eat bread. And they ate bread and remained all night on the mountain. And early in the morning Laban rose up and kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them. And Laban departed and returned to his place. Genesis chapter 32. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's camp." And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, to the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, "This is what you shall say to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and donkeys, flocks, and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in your sight." And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, "We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him." Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people who were with him, and the flocks and herds and the camels, into 2 bands, and said, "If Esau comes to the one company and strikes it, then the other company that is left shall escape." And Jacob said, "O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord who said to me, Return to your country and to your family, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies, and of all the truth which you have shown to your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I have become 2 bands. Deliver me, I ask you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. For I fear him, lest he will come and strike me and the mothers with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and make your descendants as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude." And he lodged there that same night, and took of what came to his hand a present for Esau his brother: 200 female goats, and 20 male goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milk camels with their colts, 40 cows, and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said to his servants, "Pass over before me, and put a space between drove and drove." And he commanded the first, saying, "When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where are you going, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They are your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my lord Esau. And behold, he is also behind us." And so he commanded the second and the third, and all who followed the droves, saying, "On this matter shall you speak to Esau when you find him, and say moreover, Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us." For he said, "I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perhaps he will accept me." So the present went over before him, and he himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over what he had. And Jacob was left alone. And there a man wrestled with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he did not prevail against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh. And the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaks." And he said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." And he said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince you have power with God and with men, and have prevailed." And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I ask you, your name." And he said, "For what reason is it that you ask after my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel. For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose on him, and he halted on his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel do not eat of the sinew that shrank, which is on the hollow of the thigh, to this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. Genesis chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children to Leah and to Rachel and to the 2 handmaidens. And he put the handmaidens and their children first, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph last. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck and kissed him. And they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are those with you? And he said, The children whom God has graciously given your servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after Joseph and Rachel came near, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What do you mean by all this drove that I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself. And Jacob said, No, I ask you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of God, and you were pleased with me. Take, I ask you, my blessing that is brought to you, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you. And he said to him, My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I ask you, cross over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, as the cattle that goes before me and the children are able to endure, until I come to my Lord to Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with you some of the folk who are with me. And he said, What need is there? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him a house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it El Elohe Israel. Genesis chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clung to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the young woman, and spoke kindly to the young woman. And Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, Get me this young woman as a wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob said nothing until they came. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very angry, because he had worked folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, a thing that ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I ask that you give her to him as a wife. and you make marriages with us, and give your daughters to us, and take our daughters to you. And you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. You dwell and trade in it, and get possessions in it for yourselves. And Shechem said to her father and to her brothers, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what you shall say to me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry in gift, and I will give accordingly as you shall say to me. But give me the young woman as a wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father, deceitfully, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said to them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that would be a reproach to us. But in this we will consent to you, if you will be as we are, that every male of you is circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not listen carefully to us, to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land and trade in it. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only in this will the men consent to us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us is circumcised as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent to them, and they will dwell with us. And all who went out from the gate of his city listened to Hamor and to Shechem his son, and every male was circumcised, all who went out from the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took each man his sword, and came on the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came on the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their donkeys, and what was in the city, and what was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives they took captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot? Genesis chapter 35. And God said to Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother. Then Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, Put away the foreign gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make an altar there to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way that I went. And they gave to Jacob all the foreign gods that were in their hand, and all their earrings that were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak that was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was on the cities that were surrounding them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is, Bethel, he and all the people who were with him. And he built an altar there, and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared to him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and its name was called Allon-Bacuth. And God appeared to Jacob again when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And God said to him, Your name is Jacob. Your name shall not be called Jacob any more, but Israel shall be your name. And he called his name Israel. And God said to him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be from you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And the land that I gave Abraham and Isaac, to you I will give it, and to your descendants after you I will give the land. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spoke with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel painfully labored, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said to her, Do not fear, you shall have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried on the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar on her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Eder. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelled in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaiden, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaiden, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. And Jacob came to Isaac his father, to Mamre, to the city of Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up his spirit and died, and was gathered to his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Adah the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah the daughter of Anah the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth. And Adah bore to Esau Eliphaz, and Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibamah bore Jeush, and Jalem, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau who were born to him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had gotten in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land in which they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus Esau dwelled on Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites, on Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Reuel the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel: Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Esau's wife Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon. And she bore to Esau Jeush, and Jalem, and Korah. These were the dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, Duke Teman, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came from Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came from Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife: Duke Jeush, Duke Jalem, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came from Esau's wife Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shobal, and Zibeon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Ezer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alvan, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ajah and Anah. This was that Anah who found the mules in the wilderness as he fed the donkeys of Zibeon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishon: Hemdan, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Kiran. The children of Ezer are these: Bilhan, and Zaavan, and Achan. The children of Dishan are these: Uz, and Aaron. These are the dukes who came from the Horites: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes who came from Hori among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom. And the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Husham in the land of Temani reigned in his place. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who struck Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Avith. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. And Saul died, and Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his place. And Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the dukes who came from Esau, according to their families, according to their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alva, Duke Jetheth, Duke Aholibamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Teman, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These are the dukes of Edom. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. Genesis chapter 37. And Jacob dwelled in the land in which his father was a foreigner, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers, and the boy was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought to his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably to him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. And he said to them, Hear, I ask you, this dream that I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood around and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brothers said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us? Or shall you indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it to his brothers, and said, Behold, I have dreamed another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowed down to me. And he told it to his father and to his brothers. And his father rebuked him, and said to him, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow down ourselves to you to the earth? And his brothers envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, Are not your brothers feeding the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you to them. And he said to him, Here I am. And he said to him, Go, I ask you. See whether it is well with your brothers and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What do you seek? And he said, I seek my brothers. Tell me, I ask you, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They have departed from here, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brothers, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said to one another, Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said to them, Do not shed blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand on him, that he might rescue him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph had come to his brothers, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty, there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead, with their camels, bearing spices and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be on him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brothers were content. Then there passed by Midianite merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned to the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit. And he tore his clothes. And he returned to his brothers and said, The child is not, and I, where shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a young goat, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors And they brought it to their father and said, "We have found this. We do not know now whether it is your son's coat or not." And he knew it, and said, "It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn in pieces." And Jacob tore his clothes, and put sackcloth on his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "For I will go down into the grave to my son mourning." Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt, to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard. Genesis chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brothers, and turned into a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her, and went in to her. And she conceived, and bore a son, and he called his name And she conceived again, and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived, and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bore him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said to Onan, "Go in to your brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up children for your brother." And Onan knew that the children would not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in to his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest he should give children to his brother. And the thing that he did displeased the Lord. Therefore he slew him also. Then Judah said to Tamar his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow at your father's house until Shelah my son is grown." For he said, "Lest perhaps he dies also, as his brothers did." And Tamar went and dwelled in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted, and went up to his sheep shearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, "Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep." And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnah, for she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him as a wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned to her by the way, and said, "Come, I ask you, let me come in to you." For he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, "What will you give me that you may come in to me?" And he said, "I will send you a young goat from the flock." And she said, "Will you give me a pledge until you send it?" And he said, "What pledge shall I give you?" And she said, "Your signet, and your bracelets, and your staff that is in your hand." And he gave it to her, and came in to her, and she conceived by him. And she arose, and went away, and removed her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the young goat by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he did not find her. Then he asked the men from that place, saying, "Where is the harlot who was openly by the wayside?" And they said, "There was no harlot in this place." And he returned to Judah and said, "I cannot find her, and also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place." And Judah said, "Let her take it for herself, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this young goat, and you have not found her." And it came to pass, around 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, "Tamar your daughter-in-law has played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by prostitution." And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burned." When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "By the man whose these are, I am with child." And she said, "Discern, I ask you, whose these are, the signet, and bracelets, and staff." And Judah acknowledged them, and said, "She has been more righteous than I, because I did not give her to Shelah my son." And he knew her again no longer. And it came to pass in the time of her painful labor, that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass, when she painfully labored, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound on his hand a scarlet thread, saying, "This came out first." And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out. And she said, "How have you broken forth? This breach is on you." Therefore his name was called Perez. And afterward came out his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Genesis chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him from the hands of the Ishmaelites, who had brought him down there. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was on all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not anything he had, save the bread that he ate. And Joseph was a good-looking person, and well-favored. And it came to pass after these things, that his master's wife cast her eyes on Joseph. And she said, "Lie with me." But he refused, and said to his master's wife, "Behold, my master does not know what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I. He has not kept back anything from me, but you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" And it came to pass, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he did not listen to her, to lie with her, or to be with her. And it came to pass around this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there were none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got himself out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and had fled out, that she called to the men of her house, and spoke to them, saying, "See, he has brought in a Hebrew to us to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and got himself out." And she placed his garment by her, until his lord came home. And she spoke to him according to these words, saying, "The Hebrew servant, who you have brought to us, came in to me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spoke to him, saying, 'This is what your servant did to me,' that his anger was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners who were in the prison, and whatever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison did not look to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him. And what he did, the Lord made it to prosper. Genesis chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry with two of his officers, with the chief of the butlers and with the chief of the bakers. And he put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them. And they continued a season in custody. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in the morning to them, and looked on them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers who were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, For what reason do you look so sad today? And they said to him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said to them, Do interpretations not belong to God? Tell me them, I ask you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. And I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said to him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Pharaoh shall lift up your head and restore you to your place. And you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, according to the former manner when you were his butler. But think about me when it is well with you, and show kindness, I ask you, to me, and make mention of me to Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there were all kinds of baked foods for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Pharaoh shall lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast to all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler to his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet the chief butler did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Genesis chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed. And behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored and fat cows, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other cows came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean, and stood by the other cows on the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean cows ate up the 7 well-favored and fat cows. So Pharaoh awoke. And he slept and dreamed a 2nd time. And behold, 7 ears of grain came up on one stalk, ripe and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 ripe and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled. And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dreams, but there was none who could interpret them to Pharaoh. Then the chief butler spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was angry with his servants, and put me in custody of the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, a Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream he interpreted. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored to my office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his clothing, and came into Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none who can interpret it, and I have heard it said of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood on the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 cows, fat and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other cows came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean, such badness as I have never seen in all the land of Egypt. And the lean and the ill-favored cows ate up the first 7 fat cows. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored, as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up on one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears, withered, thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this to the magicians, but there was none who could declare it to me. And Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears, blasted with the east wind, shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing that I have spoken to Pharaoh. What God is about to do, he showed to Pharaoh. Behold, there will come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt, and there shall arise from them 7 years of famine. And all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land, because of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled to Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now, therefore, let Pharaoh find a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be a supply for the land in preparation for the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land does not perish through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants, Can we find such a one as this is, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? And Pharaoh said to Joseph, Since God has shown you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it on Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in garments of fine linen, and put a gold chain around his neck. And he made him to ride in the second chariot that he had, and they cried before him, "Bow your knee." And he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt." And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphanath-Paneah, and he gave him as a wife Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years that were in the land of Egypt, and placed the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was surrounding every city, he placed in the same. And Joseph gathered very much grain, as the sand of the sea, until he stopped numbering, for it was without number. And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore to him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For God, he said, has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second he called Ephraim. For God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenty that was in the land of Egypt had ended. And the 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph had said. And the famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph. What he says to you, do." And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians. And the famine grew greatly in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph to buy grain, because the famine was so great in all lands. Genesis chapter 42. Now when Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, Jacob said to his sons, "Why do you look at one another?" And he said, "Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. You get down there and buy for us from there, that we may live and not die." And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with his brothers, for he said, "Lest perhaps mischief happens to him." And the sons of Israel came to buy grain among those who came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and it was he who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brothers, and he knew them, but made himself foreign to them, and spoke roughly to them. And he said to them, "From where do you come?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." And Joseph knew his brothers, but they did not know him. And Joseph remembered the dreams that he dreamed of them, and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land." And they said to him, "No, my lord, but your servants have come to buy food. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Your servants are not spies." And he said to them, "No, but you have come to see the nakedness of the land." And they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not." And Joseph said to them, "It is what I spoke to you, saying, 'You are spies.' By this you shall be tested. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not go forth from here, unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother, and you shall be kept in prison, that your words may be tested, whether there is any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely you are spies." And he put them all together into custody 3 days. And Joseph said to them the third day, "Do this and live, for I fear God. If you are true men, let one of your brothers be bound in the house of your prison. Go, carry grain for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother to me, so your words shall be verified, and you shall not die." And they did so. And they said to one another, "We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he begged us, and we would not hear. Therefore this distress has come on us." And Reuben answered them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, 'Do not sin against the child,' and you would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required." And they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them by an interpreter. And he turned himself around from them and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus he did for them. And they loaded their donkeys with the grain and departed there. And as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey feed in the inn, he saw his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said to his brothers, "My money has been restored, and look, it is even in my sack." And their hearts failed them, and they were afraid, saying to one another, "What is this that God has done to us?" And they came to Jacob their father, to the land of Canaan, and told him all that happened to them, saying, "The man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said to him, 'We are true men, we are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan.' And the man, the Lord of the country, said to us, 'By this I shall know that you are true men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone, and bring your youngest brother to me. Then I shall know that you are not spies, but that you are true men. So I will deliver to you your brother, and you shall trade in the land.' And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that, behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said to them, 'You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and you will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me.' And Reuben spoke to his father, saying, 'Slay my 2 sons, if I do not bring him to you. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again.' And he said, 'My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief happens to him by the way in which you go, then you shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave.'" Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was great in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain that they had brought out of Egypt, their father said to them, "Go again, buy us a little food." And Judah spoke to him, saying, "The man solemnly protested to us, saying, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.' And Israel said, 'For what reason did you deal so ill with me as to tell the man whether you had another brother?' And they said, 'The man asked us strictly of our condition and of our family, saying, Is your father still alive? Do you have another brother?' And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" And Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the boy with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand you shall require him. If I do not bring him to you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not lingered, surely now we would have returned this second time." And their father Israel said to them, If it must be so now, do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take double money in your hand. And the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take your brother also, and arise, go again to the man. And God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up, and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, Bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph said. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, We are being brought in because of the money that was returned in our sacks the first time, that he may seek an opportunity against us, and attack us, and take us for bondmen, and our donkeys. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we indeed came down the first time to buy food, and it came to pass, when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. And we have brought it again in our hand. And other money we have brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, Peace be to you. Do not fear. Your God, and the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money. And he brought Simeon out to them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their donkeys feed. And they made ready the present by the time of Joseph's coming at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present that was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive? And they answered, Your servant, our father, is in good health. He is still alive. And they bowed down their heads, and bowed down. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, Is this your younger brother of whom you spoke to me? And he said, God be gracious to you, my son. And Joseph hurried, for his heart yearned for his brother, and he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber, and wept there. And he washed his face, and went out, and refrained himself, and said, Serve the bread. And they served for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because the Egyptians should not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled at one another. And he took and sent portions to them from before him, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. Genesis chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his grain money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said to his steward, Get up, follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, For what reason have you rewarded evil for good? Is it not this from which my Lord drinks, and by which indeed he divines? You have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, And he spoke to them these same words. And they said to him, For what reason does my Lord say these words? God forbid that your servants should do according to this thing. Behold, the money, which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again to you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomever of your servants it is found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. And he said, Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and you shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and stopped at the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tore their clothes, and loaded every man his donkey, and returned to the city. And Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, for he was still there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said to them, What deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that such a man as I can certainly divine? And Judah said, What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found. And he said, God forbid that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, go in peace to your father. Then Judah came near to him and said, O my lord, let your servant, I ask you, speak a word in my lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh. My lord asked his servants, saying, Have you a father or a brother? And we said to my lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said to your servants, Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes on him. And we said to my lord, The boy cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father will die. And you said to your servants, Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall see my face no longer. And it came to pass, when we came up to your servant my father, we told him the words of my lord. And our father said, Go again and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down, for we may not see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. And your servant my father said to us, You know that my wife bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I have not seen him since. And if you take this also from me, and mischief happens to him, you shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the boy is not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the boy's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the boy is not with us, that he will die. And your servants shall bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For your servant became surety for the boy to my father, saying, If I do not bring him to you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore, I ask you, let your servant remain instead of the boy as a bondman to my lord, and let the boy go up with his brothers. For how shall I go up to my father if the boy is not with me, lest perhaps I see the evil that shall come on my father? Genesis chapter 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried, Cause every man to go out from me. And no man stood there with him while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? And his brothers could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said to his brothers, Come near to me, I ask you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Now therefore do not be grieved or angry with yourselves that you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years the famine has been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in which there shall neither be plowing or harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Hurry and go up to my father, and say to him, This is what your son Joseph says. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, do not remain, and you shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near to me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have. And there I will nourish you, for there are still 5 years of famine, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks to you. And you shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that you have seen. And you shall hurry and bring down my father here. And he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brothers and wept on them, and after that his brothers talked with him. And the report of it was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come. And it pleased Pharaoh and his servants well. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, Say to your brothers, Do this, load your beasts and go, get to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households and come to me. And I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and you shall eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, Do this, take wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Also do not regard your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. And the children of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of clothing, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of clothing. And to his father he sent these things, 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brothers away, and they departed. And he said to them, See that you do not quarrel on the way. And they went up out of Egypt, and came into the land of Canaan to Jacob their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is still alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart lost hope, for he did not believe them. And they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said to them. And when he saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. And Israel said, It is enough. Joseph my son is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. Genesis chapter 46. And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here I am. And he said, I am God, the God of your father. Do not fear to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of you a great nation. I will go down with you into Egypt, and I will also surely bring you up again. And Joseph shall put his hand on your eyes. And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives, in the wagons that Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came to Egypt, Jacob and all his offspring with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his offspring he brought with him into Egypt. And these are the names of the children of Israel who came into Egypt, Jacob and his sons. Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok, and Palu, and Hezron, and Carmi. And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And the sons of Judah, and Onan, and Shelah, and Periz, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Periz were Hezron and Hamel. And the sons of Issachar, Tola, and Puvah, and Job, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elon, and Jaleel. These are the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Haggi, Shunai and Esbon, Eri, and Aradai, and Areli. And the sons of Asher, Jimnah, and Ishua, and Isui, and Beriah, and Serah their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malchiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bore to Jacob, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And to Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bore to him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, and Becher, and Ashbel, Gera, and Naaman, Ehi, and Rosh, Muppim, and Huppim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Husham. And the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, and Guni, and Jezer, and Shillem. These are the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bore these to Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls who came with Jacob into Egypt, who came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, who were born to him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob who came into Egypt were 70. And he sent Judah before him to Joseph to direct his face to Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to meet Israel his father to Goshen, and presented himself to him. And he fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said to Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are still alive. And Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say to him, My brothers and my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? That you shall say, Your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth even until now, both we and also our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. Genesis chapter 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh, and said, My father and my brothers, and their flocks, and their herds, and all that they have come out of the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brothers, even 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, What is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, Your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said moreover to Pharaoh, For to sojourn in the land we have come, for your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is great in the land of Canaan. Now, therefore, we ask you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Egypt is before you. Make your father and brothers to dwell in the best of the land. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if you know any men of ability among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Jacob his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, How old are you? And Jacob said to Pharaoh, The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brothers, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brothers, and all his father's household with bread, according to their families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very great, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan lost hope because of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the grain that they bought, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails. And Joseph said, Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle, if money is lacking. And they brought their cattle to Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the donkeys. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended, they came to him the second year, and said to him, We will not hide it from my lord that our money is spent. My lord also has our herds of cattle. There is not anything left in the sight of my lord but our bodies and our lands. For what reason shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, that the land may not be desolate. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he moved them to cities from one end of the borders of Egypt even to the other end of it. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had a portion assigned them from Pharaoh, and ate their portion that Pharaoh gave them. For that reason they did not sell their lands. Then Joseph said to the people, Behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. Behold, here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that you shall give the 5th part to Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own for seed of the field, and for your food, and for those of your households, and for food for your little ones. And they said, You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt to this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which did not become Pharaoh's. And Israel dwelled in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions in it, and grew and multiplied exceedingly. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years, so the whole age of Jacob was 147 years. And the time drew near that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said to him, If now I have found grace in your sight, put, I ask you, your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Do not bury me, I ask you, in Egypt, but I will lie with my fathers, and you shall carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their burying place. And he said, I will do as you have said. And he said, Swear to me. And he swore to him. And Israel bowed himself on the bed's head. Genesis chapter 48. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, Behold, your father is sick. And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said, Behold, your son Joseph comes to you. And Israel strengthened himself and sat on the bed. And Jacob said to Joseph, God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said to me, Behold, I will make you fruitful, and multiply you, and I will make from you a multitude of people, and will give this land to your descendants after you, for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were born to you in the land of Egypt, before I came to you into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And your offspring, which you begot after them, shall be yours, and shall be called according to the name of their brothers in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died beside me in the land of Canaan on the way, when there was still a little way to come to Ephrath. And I buried her there on the way to Ephrath. The same is Bethlehem. And Israel saw Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? And Joseph said to his father, They are my sons, whom God has given me in this place. And he said, Bring them to me, I ask you, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near to him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Israel said to Joseph, I had not thought to see your face, and behold, God has shown me also your children. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near to him. And Israel stretched out his right hand, and laid it on Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who fed me all my long life to this day, the angel who redeemed me from all evil, bless the boys. And let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand on the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his descendants shall become a multitude of nations. And he blessed them that day, saying, In you shall Israel bless, saying, God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said to Joseph, Behold, I die, but God shall be with you, and bring you again to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brothers, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword and with my bow. Genesis chapter 49. And Jacob called to his sons and said, Gather one another, that I may tell you what shall happen to you in the last days. Gather one another and hear, you sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then you defiled it. He went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, do not come into their secret, to their assembly. My honor, do not be united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dug down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. Judah, you are he whom your brothers shall praise. Your hand shall be in the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion's cub. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He stooped down. He crouched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh comes, and to him shall the gathering of the people be. Binding his foal to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice vine, he washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be a haven for ships, and his border shall be to Sidon. Issachar is a strong donkey, crouching down between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant to tribute. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that bites the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for your salvation, O Lord. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at last. Bread out of Asher shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a deer let loose. He gives fine words. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have greatly grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow remained in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob. From there is the shepherd, the stone of Israel, even by the God of your father, who shall help you, and by the Almighty, who shall bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies under, blessings of the breasts and of the womb. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my ancestors to the farthest bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him who was separate from his brothers. Benjamin shall greedily devour as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their fathers spoke to them and blessed them. Everyone according to his blessing he blessed them. And he charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite for a possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is in it was from the children of Heth. And when Jacob had finished commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed, and yielded up his spirit, and was gathered to his people. Genesis chapter 50. And Joseph fell on his father's face, and wept on him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those who are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke to the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I ask you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Behold, I die. In my grave that I have dug for me in the land of Canaan, there you shall bury me. Now therefore, let me go up, I ask, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, according to what he made you swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the house of Joseph, and his brothers, and his father's house. Only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan, and there they mourned with a great and very great lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning at the floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians. Therefore its name was called Abel Mizraim, which is beyond Jordan. And his sons did to him as he commanded them, for his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place from Ephron the Hittite. And Joseph returned into Egypt, he and his brothers, and all who went up with him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will perhaps hate us, and will certainly repay us for all the evil that we did to him. And they sent a messenger to Joseph, saying, Your father commanded before he died, saying, So shall you say to Joseph, Forgive, I ask you now, the trespass of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. And now we ask you, Forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. And his brothers also went and fell down before his face. And they said, Behold, we are your servants. And Joseph said to them, Do not fear, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, you thought evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring to pass as it is this day, to save many people alive. Now, therefore, do not fear. I will nourish you and your little ones. And he comforted them, and spoke kindly to them. And Joseph dwelled in Egypt, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the 3rd generation. The children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up on Joseph's knees. And Joseph said to his brothers, I will die, and God will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land, to the land that he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Exodus chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel who came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah; Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin; Dan and Naphtali; Gad and Asher. And all the souls who came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brothers, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and became exceedingly mighty. and the land was filled with them. Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. And he said to his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there arises any war, they also join our enemies and fight against us, and so depart the land. Therefore they set taskmasters over them, to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all kinds of service in the field. All their service in which they made them serve was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of whom the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, When you do the office of a midwife for the Hebrew women, and see them on the stools, if it is a son, then you shall kill him. But if it is a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the male children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said to them, Why have you done this thing, and have saved the male children alive? And the midwives said to Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively, and have delivered before the midwives come into them. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and became very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, Every son who is born you shall cast into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive. Exodus chapter 2. And a man of the house of Levi went and took as wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bore a son. And when she saw him, that he was a fine child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took an ark of bulrushes for him, and covered it with slime and with pitch, and put the child in it. And she laid it in the reeds by the river's bank. And his sister stood afar off, to know what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river. And her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her maid to bring it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child. And behold, the baby wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, This is one of the Hebrews' children. Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call for you a nurse from the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give you your wages. And the woman took the child and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses. And she said, Because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out to his brothers and saw their burdens. And he spied an Egyptian striking a Hebrew, one of his brothers. And he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews fought together. And he said to him who did the wrong, Why are you striking your companion? And he said, Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? And Moses feared and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard of this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelled in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, "How is it that you have come so soon today?" And they said, "An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew enough water for us and watered the flock." And he said to his daughters, "And where is he? Why is it that you have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread." And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moses his daughter Zipporah, and she bore him a son. And he called his name Gershom, for he said, "I have been a stranger in a foreign land." And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died. And the children of Israel sighed because of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up to God because of the bondage. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And God saw the children of Israel, and God had respect for them. Exodus chapter 3. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the back of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, "I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burned." And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called to him out of the midst of the bush, and said, "Moses, Moses." And he said, "Here I am." And he said, "Do not draw near here. Take your shoes off your feet, for the place on which you stand is holy ground." Moreover he said, "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look at God. And the Lord said, "I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land to a good and a large land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel has come to me, and I have also seen the oppression with which the Egyptians oppress them. Come now, therefore, and I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt." And Moses said to God, "Who am I, that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?" And he said, "Certainly I will be with you. And this shall be a sign to you that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain." And Moses said to God, "Behold, when I come to the children of Israel, and shall say to them, The God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say to them?" And God said to Moses, "I am that I am." And he said, "You shall say this to the children of Israel, I am has sent me to you." And moreover God said to Moses, "This is what you shall say to the children of Israel. The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say to them, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared to me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen what is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt to the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, to a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall listen to your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Israel, to the king of Egypt. And you shall say to him, The Lord God of the Hebrews has met with us, and now, we beseech you, let us go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand, and strike Egypt with all my wonders that I will do in the midst of it. And after that he will let you go. And I will give these people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when you go, you shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow from her neighbor, and from her who sojourns in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and clothing. And you shall put them on your sons and on your daughters, and you shall spoil the Egyptians. Exodus chapter 4. And Moses answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me or listen to my voice, for they will say, The Lord has not appeared to you. And the Lord said to him, What is that in your hand? And he said, A rod. And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it. And the Lord said to Moses, Put out your hand and take it by the tail. And he put out his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand, that they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you. And furthermore the Lord said to him, Put now your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, Put your hand into your bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it had turned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you or listen to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these 2 signs, or listen to your voice, that you shall take of the water of the river, and pour it on the dry land. And the water that you take out of the river shall become blood on the dry land. And Moses said to the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither before now nor since you have spoken to your servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And the Lord said to him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes the mute or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, the Lord? Now therefore, go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall say. And he said, O my Lord, I ask you, send the message by whomever you will send. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, Is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he is coming forth to meet you. And when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak to him, and put words in his mouth. And I will be with your mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what you shall do. And he shall be your spokesman to the people. And he shall be, even he shall be like a mouth for you, and you shall be like God to him. And you shall take this rod in your hand, with which you shall do signs. And Moses went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, Let me go, I ask you, and return to my brothers who are in Egypt, and see whether they are still alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. And the Lord said to Moses in Midian, Go, return into Egypt, for all the men who sought your life are dead. And Moses took his wife and his sons, and set them on a donkey, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of God in his hand. And the Lord said to Moses, When you go to return into Egypt, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh that I have put in your hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And you shall say to Pharaoh, This is what the Lord says, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say to you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn." And it came to pass by the way, in the inn, that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet, and said, "Surely a bloody husband you are to me." So he let him go. Then she said, "A bloody husband you are, because of the circumcision." And the Lord said to Aaron, "Go into the wilderness to meet Moses." And he went and met him on the mountain of God and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord who had sent him, and all the signs that he had commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words that the Lord had spoken to Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had seen their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Exodus chapter 5. And afterward Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, "This is what the Lord God of Israel says, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness." And Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, neither will I let Israel go." And they said, "The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Let us go, we ask, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice to the Lord our God, lest he fall on us with pestilence or with the sword." And the king of Egypt said to them, "Moses and Aaron, why do you hinder the people from their work? Get to your burdens." And Pharaoh said, "Behold, the people of the land are many now, and you make them rest from their burdens." And the same day Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, "You shall no longer give the people straw to make brick as before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And you shall lay on them the tally of the bricks that they made before. You shall not diminish any of it. For they are idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let there be more work laid on the men, that they may labor in it, and let them not regard vain words." And the taskmasters of the people and their officers went out, and they spoke to the people, saying, "This is what Pharaoh says, I will not give you straw. Go, get yourselves straw where you can find it, yet not any of your work shall be diminished." So the people were scattered out throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hurried them, saying, "Fulfill your work, your daily tasks, as when there was straw." And the officers of the children of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, "Why have you not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today, as before?" Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried to Pharaoh, saying, "Why are you dealing thus with your servants? There is no straw given to your servants, and they say to us, 'Make brick,' and behold, your servants are beaten, but the fault is in your own people." But he said, "You are idle, you are idle. Therefore you say, 'Let us go and make sacrifice to the Lord.' Therefore go now and work, for no straw shall be given you, yet you shall deliver the tally of bricks." And the officers of the children of Israel saw that they were in evil circumstances, after it was said, "You shall not reduce anything from your bricks of your daily task." And as they came forth from Pharaoh, they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way. And they said to them, "May the Lord look on you and judge, because you have made our savor to be abhorrent in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us." And Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Lord, why have you treated these people with such evil? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to these people. Neither have you delivered your people at all." Exodus chapter 6. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand he shall let them go, and with a strong hand he shall drive them out of his land. And God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord, and I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob by the name of God Almighty, but I was not known to them by my name, Jehovah. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, in which they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore say to the children of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will deliver you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great judgments. And I will take you for my people, and I will be to you a God. And you shall know that I am the Lord your God, who brings you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you into the land that I swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it to you for a heritage. I am the Lord. And Moses spoke this to the children of Israel, but they did not listen to Moses, for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Go in, speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he will let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses spoke before the Lord, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not listened to me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, since I am of uncircumcised lips? And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, and gave them a charge to the children of Israel and to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These are the heads of their fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok, and Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These are the families of Reuben. And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. These are the families of Simeon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations: Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Libni, and Shimei, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Malai, and Mushi. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, as a wife, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Izhar, Korah, and Nepheg, and Zichri. And the sons of Uzziel, Mishael, and Elzaphan, and Zithri. And Aaron took Elisheba, daughter of Amminadab, sister of Nahshon, as a wife, and she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korah, Asher, and Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These are the families of the Korahites. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took one of the daughters of Putiel as a wife, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites, according to their families. These are the Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said, Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. These are those who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass, on the day when the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I am the Lord. Speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say to you. And Moses said before the Lord, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh listen to me? Exodus chapter 7. And the Lord said to Moses, See, I have made you a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you. And Aaron your brother shall speak to Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not listen to you, that I may lay my hand on Egypt, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I stretch out my hand on Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. And Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them. So they did. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they spoke to Pharaoh. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh shall speak to you, saying, Show a miracle, then you shall say to Aaron, Take your rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went in to Pharaoh, and they did so, as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers. Now the magicians of Egypt, they also did the same with their enchantments. For every man cast down his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get to Pharaoh in the morning. Behold, when he goes out to the water, you shall stand by the river's bank before he comes, and you shall take in your hand the rod that was turned to a serpent. And you shall say to him, The Lord God of the Hebrews has sent me to you, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, until now you would not hear. This is what the Lord says. In this you shall know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will strike on the waters that are in the river with the rod that is in my hand, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that are in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. And the Lord spoke to Moses, Say to Aaron, Take your rod and stretch out your hand on the waters of Egypt, on their streams, on their rivers, and on their ponds, and on all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moses and Aaron did so, as the Lord commanded. And he lifted up the rod, and struck the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that were in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house. He did not set his heart even to this. And all the Egyptians dug all around the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after the Lord had struck the river. Exodus chapter 8. And the Lord spoke to Moses, Go to Pharaoh and say to him, This is what the Lord says, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will strike all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedroom, and on your bed, and into the house of your servants, and on your people, and into your ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on you and on your people, and on all your servants. And the Lord spoke to Moses, Say to Aaron, Stretch out your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up on the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs on the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, Entreat the Lord that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may sacrifice to the Lord. And Moses said to Pharaoh, I submit to your will. When shall I entreat for you, and for your servants, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Let it be according to your word, that you may know that there is none like the Lord our God. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh. And Moses cried to the Lord because of the frogs that he had brought against Pharaoh. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses. And the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together in heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Stretch out your rod and strike the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and struck the dust of the earth, and it became lice on man and on beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not. So there were lice on man and on beast. Then the magicians said to Pharaoh, This is the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said to Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Behold, when he comes forth to the water, say to him, This is what the Lord says, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Otherwise, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you, and on your servants, and on your people, and into your houses. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they are. And in that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall be. And the Lord did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted because of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, Go, sacrifice to your God in the land. And Moses said, It is not proper to do so, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. Behold, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. And Moses said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart tomorrow from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. But do not let Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more in not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. And Moses went out from Pharaoh and entreated the Lord. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses. And he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also. He would not let the people go. Exodus chapter 9. Then the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh and tell him, This is what the Lord God of the Hebrews says, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go and will still hold them, Behold, the hand of the Lord is on your cattle that are in the field, on the horses, on the donkeys, on the camels, on the oxen, and on the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence, and the Lord shall make a distinction between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt. And nothing there shall die of all that is of the children of Israel. And the Lord appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. And the Lord did that thing on the next day, and all the cattle of Egypt died. But not one of the cattle of the children of Israel died. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, not one of the cattle of the Israelites was dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron, Take for yourselves handfuls of ashes from the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle them toward the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be boils breaking out with sores on man and on beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes from the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled them up toward heaven. And they became boils breaking out with sores on man and on beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boils were on the magicians and on all the Egyptians. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had spoken to Moses. And the Lord said to Moses, Rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh, and say to him, This is what the Lord God of the Hebrews says, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For at this time I will send all my plagues on your heart, and on your servants, and on your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may strike you and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And indeed for this reason have I raised you up, to show my power in you, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet you exalt yourself against my people, that you will not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Egypt since its foundation even until now. Therefore send now and gather your cattle and all that you have in the field, for the hail shall come down on every man and beast that is found in the field and is not brought home, and they shall die. He who feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he who did not regard the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, on man and on beast and on every herb of the field throughout the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched out his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along on the ground. And the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail struck throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail struck every herb of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, there was no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said to them, I have sinned this time. The Lord is righteous, and my people and I are wicked. Entreat the Lord that there be no more mighty thundering and hail, for it is enough. And I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer. And Moses said to him, As soon as I have gone out of the city, I will spread out my hands to the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know that the earth is the Lord's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not yet fear the Lord God. And the flax and the barley were struck, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax had budded. But the wheat and the spelt were not struck, for they had not grown up. And Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread out his hands to the Lord. And the thunder and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured on the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had ceased, he sinned even more and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened. He would not let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses. Exodus chapter 10. And the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the hearts of his servants, that I might show these signs of mine before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son and of your son's son what things I have worked in Egypt, and my signs that I have done among them, that you may know that I am the Lord. And Moses and Aaron came into Pharaoh and said to him, This is what the Lord God of the Hebrews says, How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Otherwise, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into your coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one will not be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the residue of that which has escaped, which remains to you from the hail, and shall eat every tree that grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, something that neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen since the day that they were on the earth to this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said to him, How long shall this man be a snare to us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do you not yet know that Egypt is destroyed? And Moses and Aaron were brought again to Pharaoh, and he said to them, Go, serve the Lord your God. But who are those who shall go? And Moses said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds we will go, for we must hold a feast to the Lord. And he said to them, Let the Lord be so with you, as I will let you and your little ones go. Look out, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, you who are men, and serve the Lord, for that is what you desired. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come on the land of Egypt and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail is left. And Moses stretched out his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind on the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of Egypt. They were very grievous. There had never before been such locusts as them, nor after them shall there be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. And they ate every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees that the hail had left. And not any green thing remained in the trees or in the herbs of the field through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Now therefore I ask, forgive my sin only this once, and entreat the Lord your God, that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated the Lord. And the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. Not one locust remained in all the coasts of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness that may be felt. And Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They did not see one another, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called to Moses and said, Go, serve the Lord, only let your flocks and your herds remain. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moses said, You must also give us sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Our cattle shall also go with us. Not a hoof shall be left behind. For we must take of them to serve the Lord our God, and we do not know with what we must serve the Lord until we arrive there. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said to him, Get away from me. Be careful. See my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you shall die. And Moses said, You have spoken well. I will never see your face again. Exodus chapter 11. And the Lord said to Moses, I will still bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. Afterward he will let you go from here. When he shall let you go, he shall surely drive you out from here altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow from his neighbor, and every woman from her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, This is what the Lord says, About midnight I will go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the maidservant who is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there has not been before, nor shall there be anything like it again. But a dog shall not move his tongue against any of the children of Israel, against man or beast, that you may know that the Lord puts a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these your servants shall come down to me, and bow themselves down to me, saying, Get out, and all the people who follow you. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh shall not listen to you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Exodus chapter 12. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be for you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year for you. Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month, every man shall take for himself a lamb, according to the house of his father, a lamb for a house. And if the household is too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the souls. According to every man's eating, you shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood, and strike it on the 2 side posts, and on the upper doorpost of the houses in which they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh on that night, roasted with fire. And they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Do not eat it raw or boiled at all with water, but roasted with fire, his head with his legs and with his entrails. And you shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and what remains of it until the morning you shall burn with fire. And thus you shall eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And I will execute judgment against all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. And the blood shall be for you a sign on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. And this day shall be to you a memorial, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. You shall keep it forever, as a feast by an ordinance. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Even the first day you shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And on the first day there shall be a holy convocation, and on the 7th day there shall be a holy convocation for you. No manner of work shall be done on them, except what every man must eat. That alone may be done by you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this very same day I have brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread, until the 21st day of the month, at evening. 7 days there shall be no leaven found in your houses. For whoever eats what is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he is a stranger or born in the land. You shall eat nothing leavened. In all your dwellings you shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said to them, Draw out and take for yourself a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover lamb. And you shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out of the door of his house until the morning. For the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 side posts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to strike you. And you shall observe this thing as an ordinance for you and for your sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when you come to the land that the Lord will give you, according as he has promised, that you shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say to you, What do you mean by this service? That you shall say, It is the Passover sacrifice of the Lord, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he struck the Egyptians and delivered our houses. And the people bowed their heads and worshipped, and the children of Israel went away. As the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, Rise up and get out from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go serve the Lord as you have said. Also take your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians urged the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, We shall all be dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes on their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. And they asked the Egyptians for jewels of silver and jewels of gold and clothing. And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they gave to them such things as they required. And they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot, who were men besides children. And a mixed multitude also went up with them, and flocks and herds, even very many cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough that they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were driven out of Egypt, and could not delay, nor had they prepared any provisions for themselves. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelled in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the very same day, it came to pass that all the armies of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night to be much observed to the Lord for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of the Lord, to be observed by all the children of Israel in their generations. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, This is the ordinance of the Passover. No foreigner shall eat of it. But every man's servant who is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then he shall eat of it. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat of it. It shall be eaten in one house. You shall not carry forth any of the flesh outside the house, nor shall you break a bone of it. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a foreigner sojourns with you and will keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one who is born in the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat of it. One law shall be for him who is homeborn, and for the foreigner who sojourns among you. Thus did all the children of Israel. As the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. And it came to pass, the very same day, that the Lord brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. Exodus chapter 13. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Sanctify to me all the firstborn. Whatever opens the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine. And Moses said to the people, Remember this day in which you came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. No leavened bread shall be eaten. This day you came out, in the month Abib. And it shall be, when the Lord shall bring you into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and no leavened bread shall be seen with you, nor shall leaven be seen with you in all your regions. And you shall show your son in that day, saying, This is done because of what the Lord did to me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be as a sign for you on your hand, and as a memorial between your eyes, that the Lord's law may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand the Lord has brought you out of Egypt. Therefore you shall keep this ordinance in its season from year to year. And it shall be, when the Lord shall bring you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and to your fathers, and shall give it to you, that you shall set apart to the Lord all that open the womb, and every firstborn that comes from a beast that you have. The males shall be the Lord's. And every firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you will not redeem it, then you shall break its neck. And you shall redeem all the firstborn of man among your children. And it shall be, when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say to him, By strength of hand the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that the Lord slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all that open the womb, being males. But all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be as a sign on your hand, and as frontlets between your eyes. For by strength of hand the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God did not lead them through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For God said, Lest perhaps the people repent when they see war, and they return to Egypt. But God led the people around through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Israel went up armed for battle out of the land of Egypt. And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had strictly sworn the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones away from here with you. And they took their journey from Succoth and camped in Etham, on the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them on the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. He did not take away the pillar of the cloud by day, or the pillar of fire by night, from before the people. Exodus chapter 14. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they turn and camp before Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea, before Baal-zephon. You shall camp before it, by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, They are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them. And I will be honored in Pharaoh and in all his army, that the Egyptians may know that I am the Lord. And they did so. And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was turned against the people. And they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued after the children of Israel. And the children of Israel went out with a high hand, but the Egyptians pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen and his army, and overtook them camping by the sea, beside Pi-hahiroth, before Baal-zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. And they were greatly afraid, and the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. And they said to Moses, Have you taken us away to die in the wilderness, because there were no graves in Egypt? Why have you dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Egypt? Is not this the word that we told you in Egypt, saying, Let us alone that we may serve the Egyptians? For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moses said to the people, Do not fear. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will show to you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, you shall never see them again. The Lord shall fight for you, and you shall remain silent. And the Lord said to Moses, Why do you cry to me? Speak to the children of Israel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I, will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, and they shall follow them. And I will get my honor in Pharaoh and in all his army, in his chariots and in his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gotten my honor in Pharaoh, in his chariots and in his horsemen. And the angel of God, who went before the camp of Israel, moved and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face, and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Egyptians and the camp of Israel. And it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one did not come near the other all the night. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea on the dry ground, and the waters were a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued, and went in after them to the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass in the morning watch, that the Lord looked to the army of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the army of the Egyptians. And he took off their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Egyptians said, Let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again on the Egyptians, on their chariots, and on their horsemen. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and when the morning appeared, the sea returned to its strength, and the Egyptians fled against it. And the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And the waters returned, and covered the chariots, and the horsemen, and all the army of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Israel walked on dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Thus the Lord saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore. And Israel saw that great work that the Lord did on the Egyptians. And the people feared the Lord, and believed the Lord and his servant Moses. Exodus chapter 15. Then Moses and the children of Israel sang this song to the Lord, and spoke, saying, I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him a dwelling, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. He has cast Pharaoh's chariots and his army into the sea. His chosen captains have also drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Lord, has become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Lord, has dashed the enemy in pieces. And in the greatness of your excellency you have overthrown those who rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils the waters were gathered together. The floods stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied on them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your wind, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is similar to you, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. In your mercy you have led forth the people whom you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength to your holy dwelling. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold of the inhabitants of Philistia. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, shall take hold of them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall on them. By the greatness of your arm they shall be as still as a stone, until your people pass over, O Lord, until the people pass over whom you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Lord, that you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O Lord, that your hands have established. The Lord shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought again the waters of the sea on them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness, and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore its name was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree. When he had cast it into the waters, the waters were made sweet. There he made a statute and an ordinance for them, and there he tested them, and said, If you will diligently listen to the voice of the Lord your God, and will do what is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases on you that I have brought on the Egyptians. For I am the Lord who heals you. And they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the waters. Exodus chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departure out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said to them, If only we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the pots of meat, and we ate bread to the full. For you have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you. And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may test them, whether they will walk in my law or not. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare what they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said to all the children of Israel, At evening then you shall know that the Lord has brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning then you shall see the glory of the Lord. For he hears your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that you murmur against us? And Moses said, This shall be, when the Lord shall give you meat to eat in the evening, and bread to the full in the morning. For the Lord hears your murmurings that you murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord. And Moses spoke to Aaron, Say to all the congregation of the children of Israel, Come near before the Lord, for he has heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron spoke to the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak to them, saying, At evening you shall eat meat, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread. And you shall know that I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass that at evening the quail came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay all around the camp. And when the dew that lay had gone up, behold, on the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the white frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, This is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. This is the thing that the Lord has commanded. Every man gather of it according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Let every man take for those who are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered, some more, some less. And when they measured with an omer, he who gathered much had nothing over, and he who gathered little had no lack. Every man gathered according to his eating. And Moses said, Let no man leave any of it until the morning. However, they did not listen to Moses. But some of them left part of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was angry with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun became hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said to them, This is what the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath to the Lord. Bake what will bake today, and boil what you will boil, and lay up for yourselves what remains, to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up until the morning, as Moses commanded, and it did not stink, nor was there any worm in it. And Moses said, "Eat that today, for today is a Sabbath to the Lord. Today you shall not find it in the field. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, on it there shall be none." And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day to gather, and they found none. And the Lord said to Moses, "How long will you refuse to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore he gives you the bread of 2 days on the 6th day. Let every man remain in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day." So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called its name manna, and it was like white coriander seed, and its taste was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, "This is the thing that the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread with which I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt." And Moses said to Aaron, "Take a pot and put an omer full of manna in it, and lay it up before the Lord, to be kept for your generations." As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony, to be kept. And the children of Israel ate manna 40 years, until they came to an inhabited land. They ate manna until they came to the borders of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is the 10th part of an ephah. Exodus chapter 17. And all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin, after their journeys, according to the commandment of the Lord, and camped in Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people argued with Moses, and said, "Give us water, that we may drink." And Moses said to them, "Why argue with me? Therefore do you tempt the Lord?" And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moses, and said, "For what reason have you brought us up out of Egypt, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?" And Moses cried to the Lord, saying, "What shall I do to these people? They are almost ready to stone me." And the Lord said to Moses, "Go on before the people, and take with you some of the elders of Israel. And take in your hand your rod, with which you struck the river, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock in Horeb, and you shall strike the rock, and water shall come out of it, that the people may drink." And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the arguing of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Then Amalek came and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some men for us, and go out. Fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses had said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moses held up his hand, that Israel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. And Aaron and Hur supported his hands, the one on the one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Joshua defeated Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And the Lord said to Moses, "Write this in a book for a memorial, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. For I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven." And Moses built an altar, and called its name Jehovah Nissi. For he said, "Because the Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." Exodus chapter 18. When Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and for Israel his people, and that the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt, then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of whom the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been a foreigner in a foreign land. And the name of the other was Eliezer, for he said, The God of my father was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses into the wilderness, where he camped at the mountain of God. And he said to Moses, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you, and your wife and her 2 sons with her. And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed down and kissed him. And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the hardship that had come on them on the way, and how the Lord delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness that the Lord had done for Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Jethro said, Blessed is the Lord, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, for in the thing in which they dealt proudly, he was above them. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for God. And Aaron and all the elders of Israel came to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. And it came to pass on the next day that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning to the evening. And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did for the people, he said, What is this thing that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit alone, and all the people stand by you from morning to evening? And Moses said to his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to inquire of God. When they have a matter, they come to me, and I judge between one and another, and I make them know the statutes of God and his laws. And Moses' father-in-law said to him, The thing that you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and these people who are with you. For this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Listen now to my voice. I will give you counsel, and God shall be with you. Be for the people toward God, that you may bring the causes to God. And you shall teach them ordinances and laws, and shall show them the way in which they must walk and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide able men out of all the people, those who fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And let them judge the people at all seasons. And it shall be that every great matter they shall bring to you, but every small matter they shall judge. So it shall be easier for you, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, and God commands you so, then you shall be able to endure, and all these people shall also go to their place in peace. So Moses listened to the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he had said. And Moses chose able men out of all Israel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard cases they brought to Moses, but they judged every small matter themselves. And Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Exodus chapter 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel had gone forth out of the land of Egypt, on the same day they came into the wilderness of Sinai, for they had departed from Rephidim, and had come to the desert of Sinai, and had camped in the wilderness. And there Israel camped before the mountain. And Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him out of the mountain, saying, This is what you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. You have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be a special treasure to me above all people. For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words that the Lord commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that the Lord has spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people to the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I come to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever. And Moses told the words of the people to the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, Go to the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready before the third day. For the third day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. And you shall set boundaries for the people all around, saying, Be careful that you do not go up to the mountain or touch its border. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death. Not a hand shall touch him, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet sounds long, they shall come up to the mountain. And Moses went down from the mountain to the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said to the people, Be ready before the third day. Do not come near your wives. And it came to pass on the third day, in the morning, that there was thunder and lightning, and a thick cloud on the mountain. And the voice of the trumpet was exceedingly loud, so that all the people who were in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the lower part of the mountain. And Mount Sinai was altogether covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. And its smoke ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and became louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him by a voice. And the Lord came down on Mount Sinai, on the top of the mountain. And the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. And the Lord said to Moses, Go down, warn the people, lest they break through to the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. And also let the priests who come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth on them. And Moses said to the Lord, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you warned us, saying, Set boundaries around the mountain and sanctify it. And the Lord said to him, Away, go down, and you shall come up, you and Aaron with you. But do not let the priests and the people break through to come up to the Lord, lest he break forth on them. So Moses went down to the people and spoke to them. Exodus chapter 20. And God spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me, and showing mercy to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your foreigner who is within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long on the land that the Lord your God gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his manservant, or his maidservant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunder and the lightning and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they moved and stood afar off. And they said to Moses, "You speak with us, and we will hear, but do not let God speak with us, lest we die." And Moses said to the people, "Do not fear, for God has come to test you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you do not sin." And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said to Moses, "This is what you shall say to the children of Israel. You have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make for yourselves gods of gold. You shall make for me an altar of earth, and shall sacrifice on it your burnt offerings, and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come to you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of cut stone, for if you lift up your tool on it, you have polluted it. Nor shall you go up by steps to my altar, that your nakedness may not be discovered on it." Exodus chapter 21. Now these are the judgments that you shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free, for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, "I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free," then his master shall bring him to the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or to the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man sells his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she does not please her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no power to sell her to a foreign nation, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he has betrothed her to his son, he shall deal with her according to the manner of daughters. If he takes another wife, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, and her duty of marriage. And if he does not do these 3 to her, then she shall go out free without money. He who strikes a man so that he dies shall surely be put to death. And if a man does not lie in wait, but God delivers him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place where he shall flee. But if a man comes presumptuously on his neighbor to slay him with deceit, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he who strikes his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And he who steals a man and sells him, or if he is found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men fight together, and one strikes another with a stone or with his fist, and he does not die, but keeps his bed, if he rises again and walks outside on his staff, then he who struck him shall be free. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man strikes his servant or his maid with a rod, and he dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. However, if he continues a day or 2, he shall not be punished, for he is his property. If men fight and hurt a woman with child, so that her child departs from her, and yet no injury follows, he shall surely be punished accordingly, as the woman's husband will lay on him. And he shall pay as the judges determine. And if any injury follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man strikes the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perishes, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he strikes out his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gores a man or a woman so that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and its flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be free. But if the ox was accustomed to push with its horn in times past, and it has been testified to its owner, and he has not kept it in so that it has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and its owner shall also be put to death. If there is laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give whatever is laid on him for the ransom of his life. Whether it has gored a son or has gored a daughter, according to this judgment it shall be done to him. If the ox pushes a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give 30 shekels of silver to their master, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man opens a pit, or if a man digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls in it, the owner of the pit shall make it good and give money to their owner, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurts another's so that it dies, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money from it. And the dead ox they shall also divide. Or if it is known that the ox used to push in times past, and its owner has not kept it in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. Exodus chapter 22. If a man steals an ox or a sheep, and kills it or sells it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief is found breaking in and is struck so that he dies, there shall be no blood shed for him. If the sun is risen on him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he has nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft is certainly found in his hand alive, whether it is ox or donkey or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man causes a field or vineyard to be eaten, and puts in his beast, and it feeds in another man's field, he shall make restitution of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard. If fire breaks out and catches in thorns, so that the stacks of grain, or the standing grain, or the field is consumed with it, he who kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man delivers to his neighbor money or belongings to keep, and it is stolen out of the man's house, if the thief is found, let him pay double. If the thief is not found, then the master of the house shall be brought to the judges, to see whether he has put his hand to his neighbor's goods. For all kinds of trespass, whether it be for ox, for donkey, for sheep, for clothing, or for any kind of lost thing that another challenges to be his, the case of both parties shall come before the judges. And whomever the judges condemn, he shall pay double to his neighbor. If a man delivers to his neighbor a donkey or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it dies or is hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then an oath of the Lord shall be between them both, that he has not put his hand to his neighbor's goods. And its owner shall accept it, and he shall not make it good. And if it is stolen from him, he shall make restitution to its owner. If it is torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good what was torn. And if a man borrows anything from his neighbor, and it is hurt or dies, its owner not being with it, he shall surely make it good. But if its owner is with it, he shall not make it good. If it is a hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entices a maid who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not allow a witch to live. Whoever lies with a beast shall surely be put to death. He who sacrifices to any god, except to the Lord only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither afflict a foreigner nor oppress him, for you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any way, and they cry at all to me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath shall become hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people who are poor by you, you shall not be to him as a usurer, neither shall you lay usury on him. If you take your neighbor's clothing to pledge at all, you shall deliver it to him before the sun goes down. For that is his only covering. It is his clothing for his skin. In what shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he cries to me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the gods or curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruits and of your liquors. You shall give to me the firstborn of your sons. You shall do likewise with your oxen and with your sheep. It shall be with its mother 7 days. On the 8th day you shall give it me. And you shall be holy men to me. You shall not eat any flesh that is torn by beasts in the field. You shall cast it to the dogs. Exodus chapter 23. You shall not raise a false report. Do not put your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, nor shall you speak in a dispute to turn away after many to pervert judgment. You shall not favor a poor man in his dispute. If you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the donkey of him who hates you lying under its burden and would refrain from helping it, you shall surely help with it. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his dispute. Keep far from a false matter, and do not slay the innocent and righteous, for I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. Also you shall not oppress a foreigner, for you know the heart of a foreigner, seeing you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. And 6 years you shall sow your land and shall gather in its fruits. But the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In the same way you shall deal with your vineyard and with your olive yard. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the son of your handmaid and the foreigner may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said to you, be careful, and make no mention of the name of other gods, nor let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast to me in the year. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. You shall eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded you, in the appointed time of the month Abib, for in it you came out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of your labors that you have sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering that is in the end of the year, when you have gathered in the fruit of your labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before the Lord God. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the firstfruits of your land you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you, to keep you in the way, and to bring you into the place that I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Do not provoke him, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you shall indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy to your enemies, and an adversary to your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you, and bring you in to the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do according to their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them, and completely break down their images. And you shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless your bread and your water. And I will take sickness away from the midst of you. No one shall miscarry or be barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come. And I will make all your enemies turn their backs to you. And I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. And little by little I will drive them out from before you, until you have increased and inherit the land. And I will set your boundaries from the Red Sea even to the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert to the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant with them, or with their gods. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. Exodus chapter 24. And he said to Moses, Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship afar off. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come near, nor shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice, and said, All the words that the Lord has said, we will do. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, who offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen to the Lord. And Moses took half of the blood, and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant, and read in the audience of the people. And they said, All that the Lord has said we will do, and be obedient. And Moses took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you concerning all these words. Then Moses went up, and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and they saw the God of Israel. And there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in its clearness. And he did not lay his hand on the nobles of the children of Israel. They also saw God, and ate and drank. And the Lord said to Moses, Come up to me on the mountain, and be there, and I will give you tablets of stone, and a law, and commandments that I have written, that you may teach them. And Moses and his minister Joshua rose up, and Moses went up on the mountain of God. And he said to the elders, Remain here for us until we come again to you. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man has any matters to do, let him come to them. And Moses went up on the mountain, and a cloud covered the mountain. And the glory of the Lord abided on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called to Moses out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of the Lord was like devouring fire on the top of the mountain in the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud, and got up on the mountain. And Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. Exodus chapter 25. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering. You shall take my offering from every man who gives it willingly with his heart. And this is the offering that you shall take from them: gold and silver and bronze, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram's skins dyed red, and badger's skins, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod and in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. According to all that I show you, according to the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments in it, even so you shall make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood. 2.5 cubits shall be its length, and 1.5 cubits its breadth, and 1.5 cubits its height. And you shall overlay it with pure gold. Inside and outside you shall overlay it, and shall make on it a crown of gold all around. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in its 4 corners. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And you shall make poles of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the poles into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be carried with them. The poles shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the testimony that I shall give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2.5 cubits shall be its length, and 1.5 cubits its breadth. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold. Of beaten work you shall make them in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat you shall make the cherubim on its 2 ends. And the cherubim shall stretch out their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look to one another. The faces of the cherubim shall be toward the mercy seat. And you shall put the mercy seat above on the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim that are on the ark of the testimony, about all the things that I will give you in commandment to the children of Israel. You shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be its length, and 1 cubit its breadth, and 1.5 cubits its height. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make a crown of gold all around it. And you shall make for it a border of a handbreadth all around, and you shall make a golden crown all around for its border. And you shall make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on its 4 feet. The rings shall be next to the border, for places for the poles to bear the table. And you shall make the poles of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be carried with them. And you shall make its dishes, and its spoons, and its covers, and its bowls, to cover with them. You shall make them of pure gold. And you shall set showbread on the table before me always. And you shall make a candlestick of pure gold. The candlestick shall be made of beaten work. Its shaft, and its branches, its bowls, its knobs, and its flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of its sides, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side. 3 bowls made similar to almonds, with a knob and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knob and a flower. So for the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick shall be 4 bowls made similar to almonds, with their knobs and their flowers. And there shall be a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. Their knobs and their branches shall be of the same. It shall all be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make its 7 lamps, and they shall light its lamps, that they may give light next to it. And its tongs and its snuff dishes shall be of pure gold. He shall make it of a talent of pure gold, with all these vessels. And see that you make them according to their pattern, which was shown to you on the mountain. Exodus chapter 26. Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine woven linen, and blue and purple and scarlet. You shall make them with cherubim of work. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together to one another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another. And you shall make loops of blue on the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise you shall make in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. You shall make 50 loops in the one curtain, and you shall make 50 loops in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold of one another. And you shall make 50 clasps of gold, and couple the curtains together with the clasps, and it shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of goat's hair, to be a covering on the tabernacle. You shall make 11 curtains. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall all be of one measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is outermost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain that couples the second. And you shall make 50 clasps of bronze, and put the clasps into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the back of the tabernacle. And a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side, of what remains in the length of the curtains of the tent, it shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of ram's skins dyed red, and a covering above of badger skins. And you shall make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. There shall be 2 tenons in one board, set in order against one another. Thus you shall make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards on the south side southward, and you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for its 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for its 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, there shall be 20 boards, and their 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, you shall make 6 boards. And you shall make 2 boards for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above its head by one ring. Thus it shall be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And there shall be 8 boards and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 westward sides. And the middle bar in the middle of the boards shall reach from end to end. And you shall overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold. And you shall build the tabernacle according to its fashion that you were shown on the mountain. And you shall make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine woven linen of skillful work. It shall be made with cherubim. And you shall hang it on 4 pillars of shittim wood overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, on the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up the veil under the clasps, that you may bring in there within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide for you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put the mercy seat on the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set the table outside the veil, and the candlestick on the other side of the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine woven linen, worked with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And their hooks shall be of gold, and you shall cast 5 sockets of bronze for them. Exodus chapter 27. And you shall make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be square, and its height shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make its horns on its 4 corners. Its horns shall be of the same. And you shall overlay it with bronze. And you shall make its pans to receive its ashes, and its shovels, and its basins, and its forks, and its fire pans. You shall make all its vessels of bronze. And you shall make for it a grate of network of bronze, and on the net you shall make 4 brazen rings in its 4 corners. And you shall put it under the edge of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the middle of the altar. And you shall make poles for the altar, poles of shittim wood, and overlay them with bronze. And the poles shall be put into the rings, and the poles shall be on the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. You shall make it hollow with boards, as it was shown to you on the mountain, so shall they make it. And you shall make the court of the tabernacle. For the south side southward there shall be hangings for the court of fine woven linen of 100 cubits long for one side. And its 20 pillars and their 20 sockets shall be of bronze. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise in length for the north side there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and its 20 pillars and their 20 sockets of bronze, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, with their 10 pillars and their 10 sockets. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. And on the other side shall be hangings of 15 cubits, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. And for the gate of the court shall be a hanging of 20 cubits, of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine woven linen, worked with needlework. And it shall have 4 pillars and 4 sockets. All the pillars around the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of bronze. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits, of fine woven linen, and their sockets of bronze. All the vessels of the tabernacle in all its service, and all its pins, and all the pins of the court, shall be of bronze. And you shall command the children of Israel that they bring you pure beaten olive oil for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the congregation, outside the veil that is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before the Lord. It shall be a statute forever to their generations on behalf of the children of Israel. Exodus chapter 28. And take Aaron your brother to you, and his sons with him, from among the children of Israel, that he may minister to me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garments for your brother Aaron, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak to all who are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister to me in the priest's office. And these are the garments that they shall make: a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and an embroidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, that he may minister to me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen. And they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet and fine woven linen, with skillful work. It shall have its 2 shoulder pieces joined at its 2 edges, and so it shall be joined together. And the skillfully made belt of the ephod, which is on it, shall be of the same according to its workmanship, even of gold, of blue, and purple and scarlet, and fine woven linen. And you shall take 2 onyx stones, and engrave on them the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, you shall engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. You shall make them to be set in settings of gold. And you shall put the 2 stones on the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial for the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord on his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And you shall make settings of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends. You shall make them of intertwined work, and fasten the intertwined chains to the settings. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with skillful work. You shall make it according to the work of the ephod. You shall make it of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine woven linen. It shall be square, being doubled. A span shall be its length, and a span shall be its breadth. And you shall set settings of stones in it, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet, every one with its name. It shall be according to the 12 tribes. And you shall make chains on the breastplate at the ends of intertwined work of pure gold. And you shall make 2 rings of gold on the breastplate, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put the 2 intertwined chains of gold in the 2 rings that are on the ends of the breastplate. And you shall fasten the other 2 ends of the 2 intertwined chains in the 2 settings, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate in its border, which is in the inner side of the ephod. And you shall make 2 other rings of gold, and shall put them underneath on the 2 sides of the ephod, toward the front part of it, close to the other coupling of it, above the skillfully made belt of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by its rings to the rings of the ephod, with a lace of blue, that it may be above the skillfully made belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate will not be loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment on his heart, when he goes into the holy place, for a memorial before the Lord continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and Thummim, and they shall be on Aaron's heart when he goes in before the Lord. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel on his heart before the Lord continually. And you shall make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it, in the middle of it. It shall have a binding of woven work around its hole, as it were the hole of a coat of mail, that it will not be torn. And beneath on its hem you shall make pomegranates of blue and of purple and of scarlet around its hem, and bells of gold between them all around, a golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, on the hem of the robe all around. And it shall be on Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes into the holy place before the Lord, and when he comes out, that he may not die. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, and engrave on it, like the engravings of a signet, Holiness to the Lord. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be on the turban. It shall be on the forefront of the turban. And it shall be on Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things that the children of Israel shall consecrate in all their holy gifts. And it shall always be on his forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And you shall make coats for Aaron's sons, and you shall make belts for them, and you shall make caps for them for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them on Aaron your brother and his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister to me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen undergarments to cover their nakedness. They shall reach from the loins even to the thighs. And they shall be on Aaron and on his sons when they come into the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near to the altar to minister in the holy place, that they do not bear iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever to him and his descendants after him. Exodus chapter 29. And this is the thing that you shall do to them, to consecrate them, to minister to me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bull and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, and unleavened cakes tempered with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil. You shall make them of wheat flour. And you shall put them into 1 basket, and bring them in the basket with the bull and the 2 rams. And you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall wash them with water. And you shall take the garments, and put the coat on Aaron, and the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with the skillfully made belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban on his head, and put the holy crown on the turban. Then you shall take the anointing oil, and pour it on his head, and anoint him. And you shall bring his sons, and put coats on them. And you shall gird them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and put the caps on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause a bull to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands on the head of the bull. And you shall kill the bull before the Lord, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And you shall take of the blood of the bull, and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the entrails, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, and burn them on the altar. But the flesh of the bull, and its skin and its dung, you shall burn with fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands on the head of the ram. And you shall slay the ram, and you shall take its blood and sprinkle it all around on the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash its entrails and its legs, and put them with its pieces and with its head. And you shall burn the whole ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire to the Lord. And you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands on the head of the ram. Then you shall kill the ram, and take of its blood, and put it on the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and on the tip of the right ear of his sons, and on the thumb of their right hand, and on the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood all around on the altar. And you shall take of the blood that is on the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron and on his garments, and on his sons, and on the garments of his sons with him. And he and his garments shall be made holy, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take the fat of the ram, and the rump, and the fat that covers the entrails, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration, and 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. And you shall put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And you shall receive them from their hands, and burn them on the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire to the Lord. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved and which is heaved up of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel. For it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Israel from the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering to the Lord. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed in them, and to be consecrated in them. And that son who is priest in his place shall put them on 7 days when he comes into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. And you shall take the ram of the consecration, and boil its flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things with which the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat of them, because they are holy. And if any of the flesh of the consecrations, or of the bread, remains until the morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus you shall do to Aaron and to his sons, according to all things that I have commanded you. 7 days you shall consecrate them. And you shall offer a bull every day for a sin offering for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is what you shall offer on the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And with the one lamb 1/10 deal of flour mingled with 1/4 part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 1/4 part of a hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do it according to the grain offering of the morning, and according to its drink offering, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire to the Lord. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations, at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, where I will meet you to speak there to you. And I will meet there with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will also sanctify both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Israel, and will be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. Exodus chapter 30. And you shall make an altar to burn incense on. You shall make it of shittim wood. A cubit shall be its length, and a cubit its breadth. It shall be square, and 2 cubits shall be its height. Its horns shall be of the same. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, the top of it, and its sides all around, and its horns. And you shall make a crown of gold for it all around. And 2 golden rings you shall make for it under its crown by its 2 corners. You shall make them on its 2 sides, and they shall be for places for the poles with which to bear it. And you shall make the poles of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn on it sweet incense every morning. When he trims the lamps, he shall burn incense on it. And when Aaron lights the lamps at evening, he shall burn incense on it, a perpetual incense before the Lord throughout your generations. You shall offer no strange incense on it, nor burnt sacrifice, nor grain offering, nor shall you pour a drink offering on it. And Aaron shall make an atonement on its horns once in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year he shall make atonement on it throughout your generations. It is most holy to the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, When you take account of the children of Israel according to their number, and they shall give every man a ransom for his soul to the Lord, when you number them, that there may be no plague among them when you number them. This they shall give, every one who passes among them who are numbered. Half a shekel according to the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering to the Lord. Every one who passes among those who are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering to the Lord. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering to the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. And you shall take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial to the children of Israel before the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, You shall also make a laver of bronze, and its foot also of bronze, to wash with it. And you shall put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and you shall put water in it, for Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet there. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire to the Lord, they shall wash with water, that they will not die. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they will not die. And it shall be a statute to them forever, even to him and to his descendants throughout their generations. Moreover, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Also take for yourself principal spices, 500 shekels of pure myrrh, and half so much of sweet cinnamon, even 250 shekels, and 250 shekels of sweet calamus, and 500 shekels of cassia, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, and a hin of olive oil. And you shall make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound according to the art of the apothecary. It shall be a holy anointing oil. And with it you shall anoint the tabernacle of the congregation and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all its vessels, and the candlestick and its vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all its vessels, and the laver and its base. And you shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatever touches them shall be holy. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister to me in the priest's office. And you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, This shall be a holy anointing oil to me throughout your generations. It shall not be poured on a man's body, nor shall you make any other like it, according to its composition. It is holy, and it shall be holy to you. Whoever compounds any like it, or whoever puts any of it on a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And the Lord said to Moses, Take for yourself sweet spices, stacte, and onycha, and galbanum, these sweet spices with pure frankincense. There shall be a like weight of each. And you shall make it a perfume, a confection according to the art of the apothecary, mixed together, pure and holy. And you shall beat some of it very small, and put some of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation where I will meet with you. It shall be most holy to you. And as for the perfume that you shall make, you shall not make for yourselves according to its composition. It shall be to you holy for the Lord. Whoever shall make any similar to it, to smell it, shall even be cut off from his people. Exodus chapter 31. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all kinds of workmanship, to devise skillful works, to work in gold and in silver and in bronze, and in cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all kinds of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and I have put wisdom in the hearts of all who are wise-hearted, that they may make all that I have commanded you, the tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is on it, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and its furniture, and the pure candlestick with all its furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all its furniture, and the laver and its base, and the cloths of service, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil and sweet incense for the holy place. They shall do according to all that I have commanded you. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak also to the children of Israel, saying, Truly you shall keep my Sabbaths, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know that I am the Lord who sanctifies you. You shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy to you. Everyone who defiles it shall surely be put to death. For whoever does any work on it, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Work may be done 6 days, but on the 7th is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Therefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And when he had made an end of communing with him on Mount Sinai, he gave to Moses 2 tablets of testimony, tablets of stone, written with the finger of God. Exodus chapter 32. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people gathered themselves together to Aaron, and said to him, Get up, make us gods that shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. And Aaron said to them, Break off the golden earrings that are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them to me. And all the people broke off the golden earrings that were in their ears, and brought them to Aaron. And he received them from their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made a proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. And they rose up early on the next day, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink, and rose up to play. And the Lord said to Moses, Go, get down, for your people whom you brought out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside out of the way that I commanded them. They have made for themselves a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed to it, and said, These are your gods, O Israel, who have brought you up out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said to Moses, I have seen these people, and behold, they are a stiff-necked people. Now, therefore, leave me alone, that my wrath may grow hot against them, and that I may consume them. And I will make a great nation of you. And Moses implored the Lord his God, and said, Lord, why does your wrath grow hot against your people, whom you have brought forth out of the land of Egypt, with great power and with a mighty hand? Should the Egyptians speak for that reason, and say, He brought them out for harm, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, and change your mind about this evil against your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and said to them, I will multiply your descendants as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the evil that he thought to do to his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mountain, and the 2 tablets of the testimony were in his hand. The tablets were written on both their sides. They were written on the one side and on the other. And the tablets were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, engraved on the tablets. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said to Moses, "There is a noise of war in the camp." And he said, "It is not the voice of those who shout for victory, nor is it the voice of those who cry for being overcome, but I hear the noise of those who sing." And it came to pass, as soon as he came near the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing. And Moses' anger grew hot, and he cast the tablets out of his hands and broke them beneath the mountain. And he took the calf that they had made, and burned it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and scattered it on the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said to Aaron, "What did these people do to you, that you have brought so great a sin on them?" And Aaron said, "Do not let the anger of my Lord grow hot. You know the people, that they are set on evil. For they said to me, 'Make us gods that shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him.' And I said to them, 'Whoever has any gold, let them break it off.' So they gave it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and this calf came out. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked, to their shame among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, 'Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.' And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together to him. And he said to them, 'This is what the Lord God of Israel says. Let every man put his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and every man slay his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor.' And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell about 3,000 men of the people that day. For Moses had said, 'Consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man on his son and on his brother, that he may bestow a blessing on you this day.' And it came to pass on the next day that Moses said to the people, 'You have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I shall make an atonement for your sin.' And Moses returned to the Lord and said, 'Oh, these people have sinned a great sin, and have made themselves gods of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, I ask you, blot me out of your book that you have written.' And the Lord said to Moses, 'Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot him out of my book. Now, therefore, go, lead the people to the place of which I have spoken to you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, at the time when I visit, I will visit their sin on them.' And the Lord plagued the people, because they made the calf which Aaron made." Exodus chapter 33. And the Lord said to Moses, "Depart and go up from here, you and the people whom you have brought up out of the land of Egypt, to the land that I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, 'To your descendants I will give it.' And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Go to a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of you, lest I consume you on the way, for you are a stiff-necked people." And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man put his ornaments on him. For the Lord had said to Moses, "Say to the children of Israel, 'You are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of you in a moment and consume you. Now, therefore, take off your ornaments, that I may know what to do to you.' And the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments by Mount Horeb. And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it outside the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass that everyone who sought the Lord went out to the tabernacle of the congregation, which was outside the camp. And it came to pass, when Moses went out to the tabernacle, that all the people rose up, and every man stood at his tent door, and looked after Moses until he had gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended, and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and the Lord talked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door. And all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, did not depart out of the tabernacle. And Moses said to the Lord, See, you say to me, Bring up these people, and you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I ask, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said, My presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest. And he said to him, If your presence does not go with me, do not carry us up from here. For how shall it be known here that your people and I have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated, your people and I, from all the people who are on the face of the earth. And the Lord said to Moses, I will also do this thing that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And he said, I beseech you, show me your glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before you, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And he said, You cannot see my face, for no man shall see me and live. And the Lord said, Behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand on a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in a cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Exodus chapter 34. And the Lord said to Moses, Cut 2 tablets of stone similar to the first, and I will write on these tablets the words that were in the first tablets, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning to Mount Sinai, and present yourself to me there on the top of the mountain. And no man shall come up with you. Do not let any man be seen throughout all the mountain, and do not let the flocks or herds feed before that mountain. And he cut 2 tablets of stone similar to the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning, and went up to Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed by before him, and proclaimed, the Lord God, merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, and on the children's children, to the 3rd and to the 4th generation. And Moses hurried, and bowed his head toward the earth, and worshipped. And he said, If now I have found grace in your sight, O Lord, let my Lord, I ask you, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. And he said, Behold, I make a covenant. Before all your people I will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the earth nor in any nation. And all the people among whom you are shall see the work of the Lord, for it is an awesome thing that I will do with you. Observe what I command you this day. Behold, I will drive out before you the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Be careful, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you are going, lest it be a snare in the midst of you. But you shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For you shall worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they prostitute themselves after their gods, and make sacrifice to their gods. And one calls you, and you eat of his sacrifice, and you take of their daughters to your sons, and their daughters prostitute themselves after their gods, and make your sons prostitute themselves after their gods. You shall make for yourselves no molten gods. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, in the time of the month Abib, for in the month Abib you came out from Egypt. All that open the womb are mine, and every firstborn that is male among your cattle, whether ox or sheep. But the firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb, and if you do not redeem it, then you shall break its neck. You shall redeem all the firstborn of your sons, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In plowing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of weeks, of the firstfruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. 3 times in the year all your male children shall appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlarge your borders. No man shall desire your land, when you shall go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, nor shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left until the morning. The first of the firstfruits of your land you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. And the Lord said to Moses, Write these words, for according to the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. And it came to pass, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai, with the 2 tablets of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mountain, that Moses did not know that the skin of his face shone when he talked with him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come near him. And Moses called to them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned to him, and Moses talked with them. And afterward all the children of Israel came near, and he gave them in commandment all that the Lord had spoken with him on Mount Sinai. And until Moses had finished speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he took off the veil until he came out. And he came out and spoke to the children of Israel what he was commanded. And the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone. And Moses put the veil on his face again, until he went in to speak with him. Exodus chapter 35. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together, and said to them, These are the words that the Lord has commanded, that you should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be for you a holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whoever does work on it shall be put to death. You shall kindle no fire throughout your dwellings on the Sabbath day. And Moses spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing that the Lord commanded, saying, Take from among you an offering to the Lord. Whoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it as an offering of the Lord, gold and silver and bronze, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair, and ram skins dyed red, and badger's skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come and make all that the Lord has commanded: the tabernacle, its tent and its covering, its clasps and its boards, its bars, its pillars and its sockets, the ark and its poles, with the mercy seat and the veil of the covering, the table and its poles and all its vessels, and the showbread. Also the candlestick for the light, and its furniture and its lamps, with the oil for the light, and the incense altar and its poles, and the anointing oil and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entrance of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering with its brazen grate, its poles and all its vessels, the laver and its base, the hangings of the court, its pillars and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court and their cords, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office. And all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. And they came, every one whose heart stirred him up, and every one whom his spirit made willing. And they brought the Lord's offering for the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing in their hearts, and brought bracelets and earrings, and rings and tablets, all jewels of gold. And every man who made an offering offered gold to the Lord. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair, and red skins of rams and badgers' skins, brought them. Every one who offered an offering of silver and bronze brought the Lord's offering. And every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women who were wise-hearted spun with their hands, and brought what they had spun, both of blue and of purple and of scarlet and of fine linen. And all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and spice and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Israel brought a willing offering to the Lord, every man and woman whose hearts made them willing to bring for all kinds of work that the Lord had commanded to be made by the hand of Moses. And Moses said to the children of Israel, See, the Lord has called by the name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And he has filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all kinds of workmanship, and to devise skillfully made works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in bronze, and in the cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any kind of skillful work. And he has put in his heart that he may teach, both he and Aholiab the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. He has filled them with wisdom of heart, to work all kinds of work of the engraver, and of the skillful workman, and of the embroiderer, in blue and in purple, in scarlet and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of those who do any work, and of those who devise skillful work. Exodus chapter 36. Then Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man in whom the Lord put wisdom and understanding to know how to work all kinds of work for the service of the sanctuary, worked according to all that the Lord had commanded. And Moses called Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man in whose heart the Lord had put wisdom, even every one whose heart stirred him up to come to the work, to do it. And they received from Moses all the offering that the children of Israel had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it with that. And they still brought to him free offerings every morning, And all the wise men who worked all the work of the sanctuary came, every man from his work that he did. And they spoke to Moses, saying, The people are bringing much more than enough for the service of the work that the Lord commanded us to do. And Moses gave a commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, Let neither man nor woman do any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, for the goods they had were sufficient, too much for all the work to make it. And every wise-hearted man among them, who worked the work of the tabernacle, made 10 curtains of fine woven linen and blue and purple and scarlet. They made them with cherubim of skillful work. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains to one another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled to one another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the coupling. He did likewise in the uttermost side of another curtain in the coupling of the second. He made 50 loops in one curtain, and he made 50 loops in the edge of the curtain that was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 clasps of gold, and coupled the curtains to one another with the clasps, so it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. He made 11 curtains. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain was 4 cubits. The 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops on the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and he made 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that coupled the second. And he made 50 clasps of bronze to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering of badger skins above that. And he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1.5 cubits. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus he made for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side southward. And he made 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for its 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for its 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle that is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards, and their 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And he made 6 boards for the westward sides of the tabernacle, and he made 2 boards for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they were coupled beneath and coupled together at the head by one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both the corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under every board. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle on the westward sides. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold to be places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine woven linen. He made it of skillful work with cherubim. And he made 4 pillars of shittim wood for it, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast 4 sockets of silver for them. And he made a hanging of needlework for the tabernacle door, of blue and purple and scarlet and fine woven linen, and its 5 pillars with their hooks. And he overlaid their chapiters and their fillets with gold, but their 5 sockets were of bronze. Exodus chapter 37. And Bezalel made the ark of shittim wood. 2.5 cubits was its length, and 1.5 cubits its breadth, and 1.5 cubits its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold inside and outside, and made a crown of gold for it all around. And he cast 4 rings of gold for it to be set by its 4 corners, even 2 rings on the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And he made poles of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put the poles into the rings by the sides of the ark, to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2.5 cubits was its length, and 1.5 cubits its breadth. And on the 2 ends of the mercy seat he made 2 cherubim of gold. He made them beaten out of one piece, 1 cherub on the end on this side, and another cherub on the other end on that side. He made the cherubim on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered over the mercy seat with their wings, with their faces one to another. Even the faces of the cherubim were toward the mercy seat. And he made the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was its length, and 1 cubit its breadth, and 1.5 cubits its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made a crown of gold for it all around. He also made a border of a handbreadth for it all around, and made a crown of gold for its border all around. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings on the 4 corners that were on its 4 feet. Near the border were the rings, the places for the poles to bear the table. And he made the poles of shittim wood to bear the table, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the vessels that were on the table, its dishes, and its spoons, and its bowls, and its covers to cover with, of pure gold. And he made the candlestick of pure gold. He made the candlestick of beaten work. Its shaft and its branch, its bowls, its knobs, and its flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the sides of it. 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side of it, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side of it. 3 bowls were made according to the fashion of almonds in one branch, a knob and a flower, and 3 bowls were made like almonds in another branch, a knob and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick were 4 bowls made like almonds, its knobs and its flowers, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knobs and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made its 7 lamps, and its snuffers, and its snuff dishes of pure gold. He made it and all its vessels from a talent of pure gold. And he made the incense altar of shittim wood. Its length was 1 cubit, and its breadth 1 cubit. It was square, and its height was 2 cubits. Its horns were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both its top and all around its sides, and its horns. He also made for it a crown of gold all around. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under its crown, by its 2 corners on its 2 sides, to be places for the poles to bear it with. And he made the poles of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. Exodus chapter 38. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. Its length was 5 cubits, and its breadth 5 cubits. It was square, and its height was 3 cubits. And he made its horns on its 4 corners. Its horns were of the same. And he overlaid it with bronze. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots and the shovels and the basins and the forks and the fire pans. He made all its vessels of bronze. And he made for the altar a brazen grate of network under the edge of it, beneath to the middle of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of bronze, to be places for the poles. And he made the poles of shittim wood, and overlaid them with bronze. And he put the poles into the rings on the sides of the altar, to bear it with that. He made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the laver of bronze, and its base of bronze, from the mirrors of the women assembling, who assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he made the court on the south side southward. The hangings of the court were of fine woven linen, 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side, the hangings were 100 cubits, their pillars were 20, and their sockets of bronze 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the east side eastward, 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the gate were 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and that hand, were hangings of 15 cubits, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. All the hangings of the court all around were of fine woven linen. And the sockets for the pillars were of bronze, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters of silver. And all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue and purple and scarlet and fine woven linen. And the length was 20 cubits, and the height in the breadth was 5 cubits, corresponding to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of bronze 4, their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters and their fillets of silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court all around were of bronze. This is account of the tabernacle, even the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moses, for the service of the Levites, by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron the priest. And Bezalel the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made all that the Lord commanded Moses. And with him was Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and a skillful workman, and an embroiderer in blue and in purple and in scarlet and fine linen. All the gold that was used for the work in all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents and 730 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver from those who were numbered of the congregation was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. A bekah for every man, that is, half a shekel, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, for each one who went to be numbered, from 20 years old and upward, for 603,550 men. And the sockets of the sanctuary and the sockets of the veil were cast from the 100 talents of silver, 100 sockets from the 100 talents, a talent for a socket. And from the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their chapiters, and filleted them. And the bronze of the offering was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. And with it he made the sockets for the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the brazen altar and the brazen grate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and the sockets of the court all around, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court all around. Exodus chapter 39. And from the blue and purple and scarlet they made cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he made the ephod of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine woven linen. And they beat the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires, to work it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen, with skillful work. They made shoulder pieces for it to couple it together. By the 2 edges it was coupled together. And the skillfully made belt of his ephod that was on it was of the same, according to the work of it, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine woven linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they worked onyx stones enclosed in settings of gold, engraved as signets are engraved, with the names of the children of Israel. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial for the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he made the breastplate of skillful work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine woven linen. It was square. They made the breastplate double. Its length was a span, and its breadth a span, being doubled. And they set in it 4 rows of stones. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. And the second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in settings of gold in their enclosings. And the 12 stones were according to the names of the children of Israel, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet, every one with its name according to the 12 tribes. And they made chains on the breastplate at the ends of intertwined work of pure gold. And they made 2 settings of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 intertwined chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 intertwined chains they fastened in the 2 settings, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, on its border, which was on the inner side of the ephod. And they made 2 other golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod, underneath toward the front part of it, close to the other coupling of it, above the skillfully made belt of the ephod. And they bound the breastplate by its rings to the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the skillfully made belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosed from the ephod, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he made the robe of the ephod of woven work, all of blue. And there was a hole in the middle of the robe, as the hole of a coat of mail, with a band all around the hole, that it should not tear. And they made pomegranates on the hems of the robe of blue and purple and scarlet and woven linen. And they made bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates on the hem of the robe all around between the pomegranates. A bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, all around the hem of the robe to minister in, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they made coats of fine linen of woven work for Aaron and for his sons, and a turban of fine linen, and good quality caps of fine linen, and linen undergarments of fine woven linen, and a belt of fine woven linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, of needlework, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote on it a writing similar to the engravings of a signet, Holiness to the Lord. And they tied to it a lace of blue, to fasten it on high on the turban, as the Lord commanded Moses. Thus all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation was finished. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So they did. And they brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent and all its furniture, its clasps, its boards, its bars, and its pillars and its sockets, and the covering of ram's skins dyed red, and the covering of badger's skins, and the veil of the covering, the ark of the testimony and its poles, and the mercy seat, the table and all its vessels, and the showbread, the pure candlestick with its lamps, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all its vessels, and the oil for light, and the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the tabernacle door, the brazen altar and its grate of bronze, its poles and all its vessels, the laver and its base, the hangings of the court, its pillars and its sockets, and the hanging for the court gate, its cords and its pins, and all the vessels of the service of the tabernacle, for the tent of the congregation, the cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest and his sons' garments to minister in the priest's office. So the children of Israel did all the work according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. And Moses saw all the work, and behold, they had done it. As the Lord had commanded, even so had they done it. And Moses blessed them. Exodus chapter 40. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, On the first day of the first month you shall set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And you shall put in it the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And you shall bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order on it. And you shall bring in the candlestick, and light its lamps. And you shall set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. And you shall set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And you shall set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shall put water in it. And you shall set up the court all around, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. And you shall take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle and all that is in it, and shall consecrate it and all its vessels, and it shall be holy. And you shall anoint the altar of the burnt offering and all its vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And you shall anoint the laver and its base, and sanctify it. And you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. And you shall put the holy garments on Aaron, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister to me in the priest's office. And you shall bring his sons, and clothe them with coats. And you shall anoint them, as you anointed their father, that they may minister to me in the priest's office. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus Moses did. According to all that the Lord commanded him, so he did. And it came to pass in the first month in the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was raised up. And Moses raised up the tabernacle, and fastened its sockets, and set up its boards, and put in its bars, and raised up its pillars. And he spread out the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent above on it, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he took and put the testimony into the ark, and set the poles on the ark, and put the mercy seat above on the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the table in the tent of the congregation on the northward side of the tabernacle, outside the veil. And he set the bread in order on it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation, on the other side of the table, on the southward side of the tabernacle. And he lit the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the congregation before the veil. And he burned sweet incense on it, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. And he put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and offered on it the burnt offering and the grain offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and put water there to wash with it. And Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet in it. When they went into the tent of the congregation, and when they came near to the altar, they washed, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he raised up the court all around the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moses finished the work. Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abided on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud was not taken up, then they did not journey until the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was on the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel, throughout all their journeys. Leviticus chapter 1. And the Lord called to Moses and spoke to him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, If any man of you brings an offering to the Lord, you shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock. If his offering is a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. And he shall put his hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. And he shall kill the bull before the Lord. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood all around on the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall skin the burnt offering and cut it into its pieces. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire on the altar, and lay the wood in order on the fire. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, and the fat in order on the wood that is on the fire that is on the altar. But its entrails and its legs he shall wash in water. And the priest shall burn all on the altar to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. And if his offering is of the flocks, namely of the sheep or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring a male without blemish, and he shall kill it on the northward side of the altar before the Lord. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar. And he shall cut it into its pieces, with its head and its fat. And the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire that is on the altar. But he shall wash the entrails and the legs with water. And the priest shall bring it all and burn it on the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to the Lord is of fowl, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves or of young pigeons. And the priest shall bring it to the altar, and wring off its head, and burn it on the altar. And its blood shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. And he shall pluck away its crop with its feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. And he shall split it at its wings, but shall not divide it apart. And the priest shall burn it on the altar, on the wood that is on the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. Leviticus chapter 2. And when any will offer a grain offering to the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil on it, and put frankincense on it. And he shall bring it to Aaron's sons, the priests, and he shall take out of it his handful of its flour and of its oil with all its frankincense. And the priest shall burn it as a memorial on the altar, to be an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. And the remnant of the grain offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is a most holy thing of the offerings of the Lord made by fire. And if you bring an offering of a grain offering baked in the oven, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, or unleavened wafers anointed with oil. And if your offering is a grain offering baked in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, unleavened, mixed with oil. You shall divide it in pieces, and pour oil on it. It is a grain offering. And if your offering is a grain offering baked in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall bring the grain offering that is made of these things to the Lord. And when it is presented to the priest, he shall bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take from the grain offering as a memorial, and shall burn it on the altar. It is an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. And what is left of the grain offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is a most holy thing of the offerings of the Lord made by fire. No grain offering that you shall bring to the Lord shall be made with leaven, for you shall burn no leaven nor any honey in any offering of the Lord made by fire. As for the offering of the firstfruits, you shall offer them to the Lord, but they shall not be burned on the altar for a sweet savor. And every offering of your grain offering you shall season with salt. You shall not allow the salt of the covenant of your God to be lacking from your grain offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. And if you offer a grain offering of your firstfruits to the Lord, you shall offer for the grain offering of your firstfruits green ears of grain dried by the fire, even grain beaten out of full ears. And you shall put oil on it, and lay frankincense on it. It is a grain offering. And the priest shall burn it as a memorial, part of its beaten grain, and part of its oil, with all its frankincense. It is an offering made by fire to the Lord. Leviticus chapter 3. And if his offering is a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offers it from the herd, whether it is a male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand on the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood all around on the altar. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire to the Lord. The fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them that is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, he shall take it away. And Aaron's sons shall burn it on the altar on the burnt sacrifice, which is on the wood that is on the fire. It is an offering made by fire of a sweet savor to the Lord. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord is of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offers a lamb for his offering, then he shall offer it before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand on the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar. And he shall offer from the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire to the Lord. Its fat and the whole rump he shall take it off close to the backbone. And the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them that is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, he shall take away. And the priest shall burn it on the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire to the Lord. And if his offering is a goat, then he shall offer it before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand on its head, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the sons of Aaron shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar. And he shall offer from it his offering, even an offering made by fire to the Lord. The fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them that is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, he shall take away. And the priest shall burn them on the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is the Lord's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that you eat neither fat nor blood. Leviticus chapter 4. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a soul sins through ignorance against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things that ought not to be done, and goes against any of them, if the priest who is anointed sins according to the sin of the people, then let him bring to the Lord a young bull without blemish for a sin offering for his sin that he has sinned. And he shall bring the bull to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, and shall lay his hand on the bull's head, and kill the bull before the Lord. And the priest who is anointed shall take of the bull's blood, and bring it to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before the Lord, before the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of sweet incense before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour all the blood of the bull at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bull for the sin offering, the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them that is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys he shall take away, as it was taken off from the bull of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them on the altar of the burnt offering. And the skin of the bull and all its flesh, with its head and with its legs and its entrails and its dung, even the whole bull, he shall take outside the camp to a clean place where the ashes are poured out, and burn it on the wood with fire. It shall be burned where the ashes are poured out. And if the whole congregation of Israel sins through ignorance, and the thing is hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done something against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things that should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin that they have sinned is known, then the congregation shall offer a young bull for the sin, and bring it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands on the head of the bull before the Lord, and the bull shall be killed before the Lord. And the priest who is anointed shall bring of the bull's blood to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar that is before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour out all the blood at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall take all its fat from it, and burn it on the altar. And he shall do with the bull as he did with the bull for a sin offering. So shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. And he shall carry forth the bull outside the camp, and burn it as he burned the first bull. It is a sin offering for the congregation. When a ruler has sinned and done something through ignorance against any of the commandments of the Lord his God concerning things that should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin that he has sinned comes to his knowledge, he shall bring as his offering a young goat, a male without blemish. And he shall lay his hand on the head of the goat, and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before the Lord. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out its blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all its fat on the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if any one of the common people sins through ignorance while he does something against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things that ought not to be done, and is guilty, or if his sin that he has sinned comes to his knowledge, then he shall bring as his offering a young goat, a female without blemish, for his sin that he has sinned. And he shall lay his hand on the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of its blood with his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all its blood at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all its fat, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it on the altar for a sweet savor to the Lord. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And if he brings a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring a female without blemish. And he shall lay his hand on the head of the sin offering, and slay it for a sin offering in the place where they kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all its blood at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all its fat, as the fat of the lamb is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire to the Lord. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he has committed, and it shall be forgiven him. Leviticus chapter 5. And if a soul sins, and hears the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he does not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touches any unclean thing, whether it is a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it is hidden from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty. Or if he touches the uncleanness of man, whatever uncleanness it is with which a man shall be defiled, and it is hidden from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a soul swears, pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatever it is that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it is hidden from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Lord for his sin that he has sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a young goat for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if he is not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring to the Lord for his trespass that he has committed 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. And he shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off its head from its neck, but shall not divide it apart. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering on the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the manner. And the priest shall make an atonement for him for his sin that he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he is not able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he who sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil on it, nor shall he put any frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering. Then he shall bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even as a memorial of it, and burn it on the altar according to the offerings made by fire to the Lord. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as touching his sin that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him. And the remnant shall be the priest's as a grain offering. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, If a soul commits a trespass, and sins through ignorance in the holy things of the Lord, then he shall bring to the Lord for his trespass a ram without blemish out of the flocks, with your estimation by shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make amends for the harm that he has done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part of it, and give it to the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with a ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sins and commits any of these things that are forbidden to be done by the commandments of the Lord, though he did not know it, yet he is guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation, for a trespass offering to the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance in which he erred and did not know it, and it shall be forgiven him. It is a trespass offering. He has certainly trespassed against the Lord. Leviticus chapter 6. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, If a soul sins and commits a trespass against the Lord, and lies to his neighbor about what was delivered to him to keep safe, or about fellowship, or about a thing taken away by violence, or has deceived his neighbor, or has found that which was lost and lies concerning it, and swears falsely, in any of these things that a man does and sins in it, then it shall be, because he has sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore what he took away violently, or the thing that he has deceitfully gotten, or what was delivered him to keep, or the lost thing that he found, or all that he has sworn falsely about. He shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the fifth part more to it, and give it to him to whom it pertains in the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Lord, a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation, for a trespass offering to the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord, and he shall be forgiven for anything that he has done in which he trespassed. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the law of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burning on the altar all night to the morning, and the fire of the altar shall remain burning on it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and he shall put on his body his linen undergarments, and take up the ashes that the fire has consumed with the burnt offering on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. And he shall take off his garments, and put on other garments, and take the ashes outside the camp to a clean place. And the fire on the altar shall remain burning in it, it shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order on it. And he shall burn the fat of the peace offerings on it. The fire shall always remain burning on the altar, it shall never go out. And this is the law of the grain offering. The sons of Aaron shall offer it before the altar before the Lord. And he shall take from it his handful of the flour of the grain offering, and of its oil, and all the frankincense that is on the grain offering, and shall burn it on the altar for a sweet savor, even as a memorial to the Lord. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the remainder of it. It shall be eaten with unleavened bread in the holy place. In the court of the tabernacle of the congregation they shall eat it. It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it to them for their portion of my offerings made by fire. It is most holy, like the sin offering and the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aaron shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations concerning the offerings made by fire of the Lord. Everyone who touches them shall be holy. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the offering of Aaron and of his sons, which they shall offer to the Lord in the day when he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a perpetual grain offering, half of it in the morning, and half of it at night. It shall be made in a pan with oil. And when it is baked, you shall bring it in. And you shall offer the baked pieces of the grain offering for a sweet savor to the Lord. And the priest of his sons, who is anointed in his place, shall offer it. It is a statute forever to the Lord. It shall be wholly burned. For every grain offering for the priest shall be wholly burned. It shall not be eaten. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, This is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed, the sin offering shall be killed before the Lord. It is most holy. The priest who offers it for sin shall eat it. It shall be eaten in the holy place, in the court of the tabernacle of the congregation. Whatever touches its flesh shall be holy. And when its blood is sprinkled on any garment, you shall wash that on which it was sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel in which it is boiled shall be broken, and if it is boiled in a brazen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat of it. It is most holy. And no sin offering, from which any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the congregation, to make atonement in the holy place, shall be eaten. It shall be burned in the fire. Leviticus chapter 7. Likewise, this is the law of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering, they shall kill the trespass offering. And he shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar. And he shall offer from it all its fat, the rump and the fat that covers the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them that is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver with the kidneys, he shall take away. And the priest shall burn them on the altar for an offering made by fire to the Lord. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests shall eat of it. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one law for them. The priest who makes atonement with it shall have it. And the priest who offers any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering that he has offered. And all the grain offering that is baked in the oven, and all that is prepared in the frying pan and in the pan, shall be the priest's who offers it. And every grain offering, mixed with oil or dry, all the sons of Aaron shall have, one as much as another. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings that he shall offer to the Lord. If he offers it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer, with a sacrifice of thanksgiving, unleavened cakes mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and fried cakes of fine flour mixed with oil. Besides the cakes, for his offering he shall offer leavened bread, with a sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And from it he shall offer one out of the whole offering for a heave offering to the Lord, and it shall belong to the priest who sprinkles the blood of the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering is a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice. And on the next day the remainder of it also shall be eaten. But on the 3rd day the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice shall be burned with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings is eaten at all on the 3rd day, it shall not be accepted, nor shall it be imputed to him who offers it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul who eats of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that touches any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burned with fire. And as for the flesh, all who are clean shall eat of it. But the soul who eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertains to the Lord, having his uncleanness on him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul who touches any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertains to the Lord, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, You shall eat no manner of fat of ox or of sheep or of goat. And the fat of the beast that dies by itself, and the fat of that which is torn by beasts, may be used in any other use, but you shall in no way eat of it. For whoever eats the fat of the beast of which men offer an offering made by fire to the Lord, even the soul who eats it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, you shall eat no manner of blood in any of your dwellings, whether it is of fowl or of beast. Any person who eats any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, He who offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings to the Lord shall bring his offering to the Lord from the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hands shall bring the offerings of the Lord made by fire. The fat with the breast he shall bring it, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before the Lord. And the priest shall burn the fat on the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons'. And you shall give the right shoulder to the priest for a heave offering from the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aaron, who offers the blood of the peace offerings and the fat, shall have the right shoulder for his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder I have taken from the children of Israel, from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them to Aaron the priest and to his sons by a statute forever from among the children of Israel. This is the portion of the anointing of Aaron and of the anointing of his sons, out of the offerings of the Lord made by fire, in the day when he presented them to minister to the Lord in the priest's office, which the Lord commanded to be given to them by the children of Israel, in the day that he anointed them, by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the law of the burnt offering, of the grain offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai, on the day that he commanded the children of Israel to offer their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. Leviticus chapter 8. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and a bull for the sin offering, and 2 rams, and a basket of unleavened bread. And gather all the congregation together at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. And the assembly was gathered together at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses said to the congregation, This is the thing that the Lord commanded to be done. And Moses brought Aaron and his sons, and washed them with water. And he put the coat on him, and girded him with the belt, and clothed him with a robe, and put the ephod on him. And he girded him with a skillfully made belt of the ephod, and bound him with it. And he put the breastplate on him. Also in the breastplate he put the Urim and the Thummim. And he put the turban on his head. Also on the turban, even on his forefront, he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as the Lord commanded Moses. And Moses took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle and all that was in it, and sanctified them. And he sprinkled some of it on the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all its vessels, both the laver and its base, to sanctify them. And he poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head, and anointed him, to sanctify him. And Moses brought Aaron's sons, and put coats on them, and girded them with belts, and put caps on them, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he brought the bull for the sin offering. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the bull for the sin offering, and he slew it. And Moses took the blood, and put it all around on the horns of the altar with his finger, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it, to make atonement for it. And he took all the fat that was on the entrails, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and Moses burned them on the altar. But the bull and its hide, its flesh, and its dung, he burned with fire outside the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. And he killed it, and Moses sprinkled the blood all around on the altar. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moses burned the head and the pieces and the fat. And he washed the entrails and the legs in water, and Moses burned the whole ram on the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire to the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. And he slew it, and Moses took some of its blood, and put it on the tip of Aaron's right ear, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aaron's sons, and Moses put some of the blood on the tips of their right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the great toes of their right feet. And Moses sprinkled the blood all around on the altar. And he took the fat and the rump, and all the fat that was on the entrails, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and the right shoulder, and out of the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took 1 unleavened cake, and a cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat and on the right shoulder. And he put all these on Aaron's hands and on his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before the Lord. And Moses took them from their hands, and burned them on the altar on the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire to the Lord. And Moses took the breast and waved it for a wave offering before the Lord. It was Moses' part for the ram of consecration, as the Lord commanded Moses. And Moses took of the anointing oil and of the blood that was on the altar, and sprinkled it on Aaron and on his garments, and on his sons, and on his sons' garments with him. And he sanctified Aaron and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moses said to Aaron and to his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and eat it there with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it. And what remains of the flesh and of the bread you shall burn with fire. And you shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation for 7 days, until the days of your consecration are at an end. For 7 days he shall consecrate you, as he has done this day, so the Lord has commanded to do to make an atonement for you. Therefore you shall remain at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation day and night 7 days, and keep the charge of the Lord, that you do not die, for so I have been commanded. So Aaron and his sons did all things that the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses. Leviticus chapter 9. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moses called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. And he said to Aaron, Take for yourself a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before the Lord. And to the children of Israel you shall speak, saying, Take a young goat for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering, also a bull and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a grain offering mixed with oil, for today the Lord will appear to you. And they brought what Moses commanded before the tabernacle of the congregation. And all the congregation drew near and stood before the Lord. And Moses said, This is the thing that the Lord commanded that you should do, and the glory of the Lord shall appear to you. And Moses said to Aaron, Go to the altar and offer your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make an atonement for yourself and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as the Lord commanded. Therefore Aaron went to the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aaron brought the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it on the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burned on the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the flesh and the hide he burned with fire outside the camp. And he slew the burnt offering, and Aaron's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled all around on the altar. And they presented the burnt offering to him, with its pieces and the head, and he burned them on the altar. And he washed the entrails and the legs, and burned them on the burnt offering on the altar. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin, as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the grain offering, and took a handful of it, and burned it on the altar, besides the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He also slew the bull and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which were for the people. And Aaron's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled all around on the altar, and the fat of the bull and of the ram, the rump and what covers the entrails, and the kidneys and the caul above the liver. And they put the fat on the breasts, and he burned the fat on the altar. And the breasts and the right shoulder Aaron waved for a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses commanded. And Aaron lifted up his hand toward the people, and blessed them, and came down from offering the sin offering and the burnt offering and peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation, and came out and blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. and a fire came out from before the Lord, and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their faces. Leviticus chapter 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer and put fire in it, and put incense on it, and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them. And fire went out from the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in those who come near me, and before all the people I will be glorified." And Aaron remained silent. And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, "Come near, carry your brothers from before the sanctuary out of the camp." So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. And Moses said to Aaron and to Eleazar and to Ithamar, his sons, "Do not uncover your heads or tear your clothes, lest you die, and lest wrath come on all the people. But let your brothers, the whole house of Israel, lament the burning that the Lord has kindled. And you shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest you die, for the anointing oil of the Lord is on you." And they did according to the word of Moses. And the Lord spoke to Aaron, saying, "Do not drink wine or strong drink, you or your sons with you, when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest you die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. And that you may discern the difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean, and that you may teach the children of Israel all the statutes that the Lord has spoken to them by the hand of Moses." And Moses spoke to Aaron and to Eleazar and to Ithamar, his sons who were left, "Take the grain offering that remains of the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And you shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due and your son's due from the sacrifices of the Lord made by fire, for so I have been commanded. And the wave breast and heave shoulder you shall eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they are your due and your son's due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings from the children of Israel. They shall bring the heave shoulder and the wave breast with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by a statute forever, as the Lord has commanded." And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burned. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron who were left alive, saying, "Why have you not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy, and God has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord? Behold, its blood was not brought in within the holy place. You should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded." And Aaron said to Moses, "Behold, this day they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord?" And when Moses heard that, he was content. Leviticus chapter 11. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying to them, "Speak to the children of Israel, saying, These are the beasts that you shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Whatever divides the hoof and is cloven-footed, and chews the cud among the beasts, that you shall eat. Nevertheless, these you shall not eat of those that chew the cud, or of those that divide the hoof. The camel, because it chews the cud but does not divide the hoof, it is unclean to you. And the coney, because it chews the cud but does not divide the hoof, it is unclean to you. And the hare, because it chews the cud but does not divide the hoof, it is unclean to you. And the swine, though it divides the hoof and is cloven-footed, yet it does not chew the cud, it is unclean to you. You shall not eat of their flesh, and you shall not touch their carcasses. They are unclean to you. These you shall eat of all that are in the waters. Whatever has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, those you shall eat. And all in the seas and in the rivers that do not have fins and scales, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing that is in the waters, they shall be an abomination to you. They shall even be an abomination to you. You shall not eat of their flesh, but you shall consider their carcasses as an abomination. Whatever in the waters that has no fins or scales shall be an abomination to you. And these you shall consider as an abomination among the fowl. They shall not be eaten, they are an abomination. The eagle, and the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite, according to its kind, every raven according to its kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk, according to its kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gyre-eagle, and the stork, the heron according to its kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. All fowl that creep, going on all fours, shall be an abomination to you. Yet these you may eat of every flying creeping thing that goes on all fours, those that have legs above their feet, to leap with those on the earth. Even these of them you may eat, the locust according to its kind, and the bald locust according to its kind, and the beetle according to its kind, and the grasshopper according to its kind. But all other flying creeping things that have 4 feet shall be an abomination to you. And for these you shall be unclean. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening, and whoever bears anything of their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. The carcass of every beast that divides the hoof, and is not cloven-footed, or chews the cud, is unclean to you. Every one who touches it shall be unclean. And whatever goes on its paws, among all kinds of beasts that go on all fours, those are unclean to you. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he who bears their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. They are unclean to you. These shall also be unclean to you among the creeping things that creep on the earth, the weasel, and the mouse, and the tortoise, according to its kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole. These are unclean to you among all that creep. Whoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until the evening. And on whatever any of them falls when they are dead, it shall be unclean, whether it is any vessel of wood, or clothing, or leather, or sack. Whatever vessel it is, in which any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the evening. So it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel into which any of them falls, whatever is in it shall be unclean, and you shall break it. Of all food that may be eaten, that on which such water comes shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every such vessel shall be unclean. And everything on which any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean. Whether it is an oven or ranges for pots, they shall be broken down, for they are unclean, and shall be unclean to you. Nevertheless, a fountain or pit, in which there is plenty of water, shall be clean, but whatever touches their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass falls on any sowing seed that is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water is put on the seed, and any part of their carcass falls on it, it shall be unclean to you. And if any beast of which you may eat dies, he who touches its carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he who eats of its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Also he who bears its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. And every creeping thing that creeps on the earth shall be an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatever goes on the belly, and whatever goes on all fours, or whatever has more feet among all creeping things that creep on the earth, these you shall not eat, for they are an abomination. You shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creeps, nor shall you make yourselves unclean with them, that you should be defiled by them. For I am the Lord your God. Therefore you shall sanctify yourselves, and you shall be holy, for I am holy. You shall not defile yourselves with any kind of creeping thing that creeps on the earth. For I am the Lord who brought you up out of the land of Egypt to be your God. Therefore you shall be holy, for I am holy. This is the law of the beasts and of the fowl and of every living creature that moves in the waters and of every creature that creeps on the earth, to discern the difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten. Leviticus chapter 12. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a woman has conceived offspring, and bears a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. She shall be unclean according to the days of the separation for her infirmity. And on the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And then she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall not touch any holy thing, or come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying are fulfilled. But if she bears a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation. And she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering. He shall offer it before the Lord, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the discharge of her blood. This is the law for her who has borne a male or a female. And if she is not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean. Leviticus chapter 13. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, When a man has on the skin of his body a swelling, a scab, or a bright spot, and it is on the skin of his body like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of his sons the priests. And the priest shall look at the plague on the skin of the body, and when the hair in the plague has turned white, and the plague looks deeper than the skin of his body, it is a plague of leprosy. And the priest shall look at him and pronounce him unclean. If the bright spot is white on the skin of his body, and does not look deeper than the skin, and its hair has not turned white, then the priest shall isolate the person who has the plague for 7 days. And the priest shall look at him on the 7th day, and behold, if the plague looks the same, and the plague has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 more days. And the priest shall look at him again on the 7th day, and behold, if the plague is somewhat dark, and the plague has not spread on the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spreads farther on the skin after he has been seen by the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen by the priest again. And if the priest sees that, behold, the scab has spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall see him. And behold, if the swelling is white on the skin, and it has turned the hair white, and there is living raw flesh in the swelling, it is an old leprosy in the skin of his body, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not isolate him, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy breaks out farther on the skin, and the leprosy covers all the skin of him who has the plague, from his head even to his foot, wherever the priest looks, then the priest shall consider. And behold, if the leprosy has covered all his body, he shall pronounce the person who has the plague clean. it has all turned white. He is clean. But when raw flesh appears in him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the raw flesh, and pronounce him to be unclean. For the raw flesh is unclean. It is a leprosy. Or if the raw flesh changes and turns white again, he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall see him. And behold, if the plague has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him who has the plague clean. He is clean. Also, when the body has a boil on its skin that is healed, and in the place of the boil there is a white swelling or a bright spot, white and somewhat reddish, and it is shown to the priest, and if, when the priest sees it, behold, it looks lower than the skin, and its hair has turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy broken out of the boil. But if the priest looks at it, and behold, there are no white hairs in it, and if it is not lower than the skin, but is somewhat dark, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days. And if it spreads farther on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stays in its place and is not spread, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if there is a body that has a hot burning in the skin, and the living flesh that burns has a bright white spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look at it. And behold, if the hair in the bright spot has turned white, and it looks deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy broken out of the burning. Therefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. But if the priest looks at it, and behold, there is no white hair in the bright spot, and it is not lower than the other skin, but is somewhat dark, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days. And the priest shall look at him on the 7th day, and if it has spread farther on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. And if the bright spot stays the same, and is not spread on the skin, but it is somewhat dark, it is a swelling of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning. If a man or woman has a plague on the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague. And behold, if it looks deeper than the skin, and there is a yellow thin hair in it, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry scale, even a leprosy, on the head or beard. And if the priest looks at the plague of the scale, and, behold, it does not look deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall isolate him who has the plague of the scale for 7 days. And on the 7th day the priest shall look at the plague. And behold, if the scale has not spread, and there is no yellow hair in it, and the scale does not look deeper than the skin, he shall be shaved, but he shall not shave the scale. And the priest shall isolate him who has the scale for 7 more days. And on the 7th day the priest shall look at the scale, and behold, if the scale has not spread on the skin, and does not look deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scale spreads much on the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look at him. And behold, if the scale has spread on the skin, the priest shall not look for yellow hair. He is unclean. But if the scale looks the same, and there is black hair grown up in it, the scale is healed. He is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Also, if a man or a woman has bright spots on the skin of their body, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look. And behold, if the bright spots on the skin of their body are darkish white, it is a freckled spot that grows in the skin. He is clean. And the man whose hair has fallen off his head, he is bald, yet he is clean. And he who has his hair fallen off from the part of his head toward his face, he is forehead bald, yet he is clean. And if there is a white reddish sore in the bald head or bald forehead, it is a leprosy sprung up on his bald head or his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look at it, and behold, if the swelling of the sore is white reddish on his bald head or on his bald forehead, As the leprosy appears in the skin of the body, he is a leprous man. He is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean. His plague is on his head. And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be torn, and his head bare. And he shall put a covering on his upper lip, and shall cry, Unclean, unclean. He shall be defiled all the days in which the plague shall be in him. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone. His dwelling shall be outside the camp. Also the garment that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it is a woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it is in the warp or woof of linen or of wool, whether in leather or anything made of leather, and if the plague is greenish or reddish in the garment or in the leather, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of leather, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall look at the plague, and isolate that which has the plague for 7 days. And he shall look at the plague on the 7th day. If the plague has spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in a leather, or in any work that is made of leather, the plague is a decaying leprosy. It is unclean. Therefore he shall burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in wool or in linen, or anything of leather, in which is the plague, for it is a decaying leprosy. It shall be burned in the fire. And if the priest looks, and, behold, the plague has not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of leather, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing in which is the plague, and he shall isolate it for 7 days more. And the priest shall look at the plague after it is washed. And behold, if the plague has not changed its color, and the plague is not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire. It is decayed, whether it is bare inside or outside. And if the priest looks, and, behold, the plague is somewhat dark after its washing, then he shall tear it out of the garment, or out of the leather, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. And if it still appears in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of leather, it is a spreading plague. You shall burn with fire the thing that has the plague in it. And the garment, either warp or woof or whatever thing it is of leather, that you shall wash, if the plague departs from it, then it shall be washed a 2nd time, and shall be clean. This is the law of the plague of leprosy in a garment of wool or linen, either in the warp or woof or anything of leather, to pronounce it clean or to pronounce it unclean. Leviticus chapter 14. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This shall be the law of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go forth out of the camp, and the priest shall look. And behold, if the plague of leprosy is healed in the leper, then the priest shall command that 2 alive and clean birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop be taken for the person who is to be cleansed. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times on him who is to be cleansed from the leprosy, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. And the person who is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, and shall remain outside his tent for 7 days. But on the 7th day it shall be that he shall shave all his hair off his head and his beard and his eyebrows. He shall shave off even all his hair. And he shall wash his clothes. He shall also wash his body in water, and he shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 male lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe lamb of the 1st year without blemish, and 3/10 deals of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil, and 1 log of oil. And the priest who makes him clean shall present the man who is to be made clean and those things before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall take one male lamb and offer it for a trespass offering, and the log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill the sin offering and the burnt offering in the holy place, for as the sin offering is the priest's, so is the trespass offering. It is most holy. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. And of the rest of the oil that is in his hand, the priest shall put on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot, on the blood of the trespass offering. And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall pour on the head of him who is to be cleansed. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord. And the priest shall offer the sin offering, and make an atonement for him who is to be cleansed from his uncleanness. And afterward he shall kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the grain offering on the altar. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and he shall be clean. And if he is poor and cannot get so much, then he shall take one lamb for a trespass offering to be waved, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get. And the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And on the 8th day he shall bring them to the priest for his cleansing, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour of the oil into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before the Lord. And the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his hand on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot, on the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put on the head of him who is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before the Lord. And he shall offer one of the turtle doves or the young pigeons, such as he can get, even such as he is able to get, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the grain offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him who is to be cleansed before the Lord. This is the law for him in whom there is a plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get what pertains to his cleansing. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, When you have come into the land of Canaan, which I am giving to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession, and he who owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seems to me there is, as it were, a plague in the house. Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest goes into it to see the plague, that all that is in the house may not be made unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see the house. And he shall look at the plague, and behold, if the plague is in the walls of the house, with greenish or reddish hollow stripes, which look lower than the wall, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house for 7 days. And the priest shall come again on the 7th day, and shall look. And behold, if the plague has spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take away the stones that have the plague, and they shall cast them into an unclean place outside the city. And he shall cause the house to be scraped inside, all around, and they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off outside the city into an unclean place. And they shall take other stones and put them in the place of those stones, and he shall take other mortar and shall plaster the house. And if the plague comes again and breaks out in the house, after he has taken away the stones, and after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look. And behold, if the plague has spread in the house, it is a decaying leprosy in the house. It is unclean. And he shall break down the house, its stones and its timber and all the mortar of the house, and he shall take them outside the city to an unclean place. Moreover, he who goes into the house all the while that it is shut up shall be unclean until the evening. And he who lies in the house shall wash his clothes, and he who eats in the house shall wash his clothes. And if the priest shall come in and look at it, and behold, the plague has not spread in the house after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. And to cleanse the house he shall take 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop, and he shall kill one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. But he shall let the living bird go out of the city into the open fields, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the law for any kind of plague of leprosy and scale, and for the leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a swelling and for a scab and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the law of leprosy. Leviticus chapter 15. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When any man has a discharge from his body, because of his discharge he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his discharge, whether his body runs with his discharge, or his body is stopped by his discharge, it is his uncleanness. Every bed on which he who has the discharge lies is unclean, and everything on which he sits shall be unclean. And whoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he who sits on anything on which he who has the discharge sat shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he who touches the body of him who has the discharge shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if he who has the discharge spits on him who is clean, then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whatever saddle he who has the discharge rides on shall be unclean. And whoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he who bears any of those things shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whomever he who has the discharge touches, and has not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And the vessel of earth that he who has the discharge touches shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he who has a discharge is cleansed of his discharge, then he shall number for himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his body in running water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take for himself 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and give them to the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord for his discharge. And if any man's seed of copulation goes out from him, then he shall wash all his body in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every leather on which there is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening. Also the woman with whom the man lies with seed of copulation. They shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if a woman has a discharge, and her discharge in her body is blood, she shall be set apart 7 days, and whoever touches her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything that she lies on in her separation shall be unclean. Also everything that she sits on shall be unclean. And whoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever touches anything that she sat on shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if it is on her bed, or on anything on which she sits, when he touches it, he shall be unclean until the evening. And if any man lies with her at all, and her menstrual flow is on him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the beds on which he lies shall be unclean. And if a woman has a discharge of her blood many days, out of the time of her separation, or if it runs beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the discharge of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. Every bed on which she lies all the days of her discharge shall be to her as the bed of her separation, and whatever she sits on shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. And whoever touches those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. But if she is cleansed of her discharge, then she shall number for herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take for herself 2 turtle-doves, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her before the Lord for the discharge of her uncleanness. Thus you shall separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, that they do not die in their uncleanness when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law of him who has a discharge, and of him whose seed goes from him and is defiled with it, and of her who is sick from her menstrual flow, and of him who has a discharge, of the man and of the woman, and of him who lies with a woman who is unclean. Leviticus chapter 16. And the Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they offered before the Lord and died. And the Lord said to Moses, Speak to Aaron your brother, that he does not come at all times into the holy place, inside the veil before the mercy seat that is on the ark, that he does not die. For I will appear in the cloud on the mercy seat. Thus Aaron shall come into the holy place, with a young bull for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen undergarments on his body, and shall be girded with a linen belt, and he shall be attired with a linen turban. These are holy garments. Therefore he shall wash his body in water, and so put them on. And he shall take from the congregation of the children of Israel 2 young goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aaron shall offer his bull as the sin offering that is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats, and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron shall cast lots on the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat on which the Lord's lot fell, and offer it for a sin offering, but the goat on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before the Lord to make an atonement with it, and to let it go as a scapegoat into the wilderness. And Aaron shall bring the bull of the sin offering that is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bull of the sin offering that is for himself. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before the Lord, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it inside the veil. And he shall put the incense on the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is on the testimony, that he does not die. And he shall take some of the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it with his finger on the mercy seat eastward, and before the mercy seat he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he shall kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring its blood inside the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it on the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions in all their sins. And so he shall do for the tabernacle of the congregation that remains among them in the midst of their uncleanness. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the congregation when he goes in to make an atonement in the holy place, until he comes out and has made an atonement for himself and for his household and for all the congregation of Israel. And he shall go out to the altar that is before the Lord, and make an atonement for it, and shall take some of the blood of the bull and of the blood of the goat, and put it all around on the horns of the altar. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it and sanctify it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. And when he has made an end of reconciling the holy place and the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. And Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the live goat, and confess over it all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions, in all their sins, putting them on the head of the goat, and shall send it away into the wilderness by the hand of a fit man. And the goat shall bear all their iniquities on itself to a land not inhabited, and he shall release the goat in the wilderness. And Aaron shall come into the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall take off the linen garments that he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his body with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And he shall burn the fat of the sin offering on the altar. And he who released the goat for the scapegoat shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and afterward come into the camp. And the bull for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth outside the camp. And they shall burn their skins and their flesh and their dung in the fire. And he who burns them shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute to you forever, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it is one from your own country, or a foreigner who sojourns among you. For on that day the priest shall make an atonement for you to cleanse you, that you may be clean before the Lord from all your sins. It shall be a Sabbath of rest to you, and you shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest, whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's place, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the congregation and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priests and for all the people of the congregation. And this shall be an everlasting statute to you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel once a year for all their sins. And he did as the Lord commanded Moses. Leviticus chapter 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, This is the thing that the Lord has commanded, saying, Whatever man there is of the house of Israel, who kills an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or who kills it out of the camp, and does not bring it to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer an offering to the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices that they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them to the Lord, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to the priest, and offer them for peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor to the Lord. And they shall no longer offer their sacrifices to devils, after whom they have prostituted themselves. This shall be a statute to them forever throughout their generations. And you shall say to them, whatever man there is of the house of Israel, or of the foreigners who sojourn among you, who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and does not bring it to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer it to the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatever man there is of the house of Israel, or of the foreigners who sojourn among you, who eats any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul who eats blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the body is in the blood, and I have given it to you on the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that makes an atonement for the soul. Therefore I said to the children of Israel, no soul among you shall eat blood, nor shall any foreigner who sojourns among you eat blood. And whatever man there is of the children of Israel, or of the foreigners who sojourn among you, who hunts and catches any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall pour out its blood and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. Its blood is for its life. Therefore I said to the children of Israel, you shall not eat the blood of any flesh, for the life of all flesh is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. And every soul who eats what died by itself, or what was torn by beasts, whether it is one of your own country or a foreigner, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Then he shall be clean. But if he does not wash them or bathe his body, then he shall bear his iniquity. Leviticus chapter 18. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do what is done in the land of Egypt, where you dwelled, and you shall not do what is done in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. You shall not walk in their ordinances. You shall do my judgments and keep my ordinances, to walk in them. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man does, he shall live by them. I am the Lord. None of you shall approach anyone who is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father or the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father or daughter of your mother, whether she is born at home or born abroad. Even their nakedness you shall not uncover. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or of your daughter's daughter, even their nakedness, for theirs is your own nakedness. The nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, begotten by your father, she is your sister. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is your father's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach his wife. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, nor shall you take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswomen. It is wickedness. You shall not take a wife and her sister to trouble her, to uncover her nakedness beside the other in her lifetime. Also, you shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is set apart for her uncleanness. Moreover, you shall not lie sexually with your neighbor's wife, to defile yourself with her. And you shall not let any of your offspring pass through the fire to Molech, nor shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. You shall not lie with any beast to defile yourself with it. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down with it. It is perversion. Do not defile yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled that I cast out before you, and the land is defiled. Therefore I visit the iniquity of it on it, and the land itself vomits out its inhabitants. Therefore you shall keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any foreigner who sojourns among you. For the men of the land who were before you have done all these abominations, and the land is defiled, that the land not spew you out also when you defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls who commit them, shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore you shall keep my ordinance, that you do not commit any one of these abominable customs that were committed before you, and that you do not defile yourselves in them. I am the Lord your God. Leviticus chapter 19. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say to them, You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Every one of you shall fear his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Do not turn to idols, or make for yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God. And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, you shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the next day. And if anything remains until the third day, it shall be burned in the fire. And if it is eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore everyone who eats it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned the holy thing of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not wholly reap the corners of your field, nor shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest. And you shall not glean your vineyard, nor shall you gather every grape of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and foreigner. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal or deal falsely or lie to one another. And you shall not swear falsely by my name, nor shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not defraud your neighbor or rob him. The wages of him who is hired shall not remain with you all night until the morning. You shall not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear your God. I am the Lord. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not show partiality to the poor or honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness you shall judge your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a talebearer among your people. You shall not stand against the blood of your neighbor. I am the Lord. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall in any way rebuke your neighbor and not suffer sin because of him. You shall not take vengeance or bear any grudge against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You shall keep my statutes. You shall not let your cattle breed with a diverse kind. You shall not sow your field with mixed seed, nor shall a garment mixed of linen and wool come on you. And if a man lies sexually with a woman who is a bondmaid, betrothed to a husband and not at all redeemed or given her freedom, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Lord, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin that he has done, and the sin that he has done shall be forgiven him. And when you come into the land and plant all kinds of trees for food, then you shall count its fruit as uncircumcised. 3 years it shall be as uncircumcised to you. It shall not be eaten. But in the 4th year all its fruit shall be holy, a praise to the Lord. And in the 5th year you shall eat of its fruit, that it may yield for you its increase. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with the blood, nor shall you use enchantment or observe times. You shall not round the corners of your heads, nor shall you mar the corners of your beard. You shall not make any cuttings in your body for the dead or print any marks on you. I am the Lord. Do not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a prostitute, lest the land fall to prostitution and the land become full of wickedness. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not regard those who have familiar spirits, or seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. You shall rise up before the white head and honor the face of the old man, and fear your God. I am the Lord. And if a foreigner sojourns with you in your land, you shall not oppress him. But the foreigner who dwells with you shall be to you as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself, for you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in measurement of weight or of volume. You shall have just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them. I am the Lord. Leviticus chapter 20. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Again you shall say to the children of Israel, If any of the children of Israel, or of the foreigners who sojourn in Israel, gives any of his offspring to Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given some of his offspring to Molech, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land should in any way hide their eyes from the man when he gives some of his offspring to Molech, and do not kill him, then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut them off from among their people, and all who prostitute themselves with him to commit prostitution with Molech. And the soul who turns to those who have familiar spirits, and to wizards, to prostitute themselves with them, I will set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be holy, for I am the Lord your God. And you shall keep my statutes, and do them. I am the Lord who sanctifies you. For everyone who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother. His blood shall be on him. And the man who commits adultery with another man's wife, even he who commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And the man who lies with his father's wife has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be on them. And if a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have done a perversion. Their blood shall be on them. Also, if a man lies with mankind as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be on them. And if a man takes a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. Both he and they shall be burned with fire, that there may be no wickedness among you. And if a man lies with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and you shall slay the beast. And if a woman approaches any beast and lies down with it, you shall kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be on them. And if a man takes his sister, his father's daughter or his mother's daughter, and sees her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. And if a man lies with a woman who is having her sickness and uncovers her nakedness, he has discovered her flow of blood, and she has uncovered the flow of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister or of your father's sister, for he uncovers his near kin. They shall bear their iniquity. And if a man lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. And if a man takes his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. Therefore you shall keep all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land where I bring you to dwell in does not spew you out. And you shall not walk in the manners of the nation that I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said to you, you shall inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess, a land that flows with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, who has separated you from other people. You shall therefore discern the difference between clean and unclean beasts, and between unclean and clean fowl. And you shall not make your souls abominable by beast or by fowl or by any kind of living thing that creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And you shall be holy to me, for I the Lord am holy, and have set you apart from other people, that you should be mine. Also a man or woman who has a familiar spirit, or who is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be on them. Leviticus chapter 21. And the Lord said to Moses, Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, No one shall be defiled for the dead among his people, except for his kin who are near to him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister, a virgin, who has had no husband, who is near to him. For her he may be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness on their heads. They shall not shave off the corner of their beards, or make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God. For they offer the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and the bread of their God. Therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a wife who is a prostitute or profane, nor shall they take a woman divorced from her husband, for he is holy to his God. Therefore you shall sanctify him, for he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, for I, the Lord, who sanctifies you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by prostituting herself, she profanes her father. She shall be burned with fire. And he who is the high priest among his brothers, on whose head the anointing oil was poured, and who is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head or tear his clothes. Nor shall he enter a place with any dead body, or defile himself for his father or for his mother. Nor shall he go out of the sanctuary, or profane the sanctuary of his God, for the crown of the anointing oil of his God is on him. I am the Lord. And he shall take a wife in her virginity. A widow, or a divorced woman, or a profane woman, or a harlot, these he shall not take. But he shall take a virgin of his own people as a wife. Nor shall he profane his offspring among his people, for I, the Lord, sanctify him. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, saying, If a man of your offspring throughout their generations has any blemish, do not let him approach to offer the bread of his God. For he shall not approach any man who has a blemish, a blind or a lame man, or a man who has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man who has a broken foot, or a broken hand, or a crooked back, or stunted growth, or who has a blemish in his eye, or has scurvy, or is scabbed, or has his testicles broken. No man of the offspring of Aaron the priest who has a blemish shall come near to offer the offerings of the Lord made by fire. He has a blemish. He shall not come near to offer the bread of his God. He shall eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go into the veil or come near to the altar, because he has a blemish, that he does not profane my sanctuaries. For I, the Lord, sanctify them. And Moses told it to Aaron and to his sons and to all the children of Israel. Leviticus chapter 22. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they do not profane my holy name in those things that they consecrate to me. I am the Lord. Say to them, If any man of all your offspring among your generations goes near the holy things that the children of Israel consecrate to the Lord, and has his uncleanness on him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. If a man of the offspring of Aaron is a leper, or has a discharge, he shall not eat of the holy things until he is clean. And whoever touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him, or whoever touches any creeping thing by which he may be made unclean, or a man by whom he may be made unclean, whatever uncleanness he has, the soul who has touched any such shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy things unless he washes his body with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean. And afterward he shall eat of the holy things, because they are his food. He shall not eat what dies by itself, or is torn by beasts, to defile himself with it. I am the Lord. Therefore they shall keep my ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and therefore die if they profane it. I, the Lord, sanctify them. No foreigner shall eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest or a hired servant shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buys any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he who is born in his house shall eat of his food. Also, if the priest's daughter is married to a foreigner, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter is a widow or divorced and has no child, and has returned to her father's house as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's food, but no foreigner shall eat of it. And if a man eats of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall add the fifth part of it to it, and shall give it to the priest with the holy thing. And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, which they offer to the Lord, or allow them to bear the iniquity of trespass when they eat their holy things. For I, the Lord, sanctify them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, Any one of the house of Israel or of the foreigners in Israel who offers his offering for all his vows and for all his free will offerings, which they will offer to the Lord for a burnt offering, you shall offer at your own will a male without blemish from the cattle, from the sheep, or from the goats. But whatever has a blemish, you shall not offer that, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whoever offers a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord to accomplish his vow, or a free will offering in cattle or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish in it. You shall not offer to the Lord those that are blind, or broken, or maimed, or have a wen, or scurvy, or scabs. You shall not make an offering by fire of them on the altar to the Lord. Either a bull or a lamb that has anything superfluous or lacking in its parts, you may offer that for a free will offering, but it shall not be accepted for a vow. You shall not offer to the Lord what is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut. you shall not make any offering of them in your land. Nor shall you offer any of these from a foreigner's hand, as the bread of your God, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes are in them. They shall not be accepted for you. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, When a bull or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be with its mother for 7 days. And from the 8th day on, it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire to the Lord. And whether it is a cow or ewe, you shall not kill both her and her young in 1 day. And when you offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the Lord, offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten up on the same day. You shall leave none of it until the next day. I am the Lord. Therefore you shall keep my commandments and do them. I am the Lord. You shall not profane my holy name, but I will be sanctified among the children of Israel. I am the Lord who sanctifies you, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord. Leviticus chapter 23. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, Concerning the feasts of the Lord, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. Work shall be done 6 days, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest, a holy convocation. You shall do no work on it. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations that you shall proclaim in their seasons. On the 14th day of the 1st month at evening is the Lord's Passover, and on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread to the Lord. You must eat unleavened bread 7 days. On the 1st day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work on it. But you shall offer an offering made by fire to the Lord 7 days. On the 7th day is a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work on it. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land that I am giving to you, and reap its harvest, then you shall bring a sheaf of the firstfruits of your harvest to the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord, to be accepted for you. On the day after the Sabbath the priest shall wave it. And that day when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb of the 1st year, without blemish, for a burnt offering to the Lord. And its grain offering shall be 2/10 of a portion of fine flour mixed with oil, an offering made by fire to the Lord for a sweet savor. And its drink offering shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And you shall eat neither bread, nor roasted grain, nor green ears, until the same day that you have brought an offering to your God. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. And you shall count for yourselves from the day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be completed. You shall number 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath, and you shall offer a new grain offering to the Lord. You shall bring out of your dwellings 2 wave loaves of 2/10 of a portion. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baked with leaven. They are the firstfruits to the Lord. And with the bread you shall offer 7 lambs of the 1st year, without blemish, and 1 young bull and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering to the Lord, with their grain offering and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor to the Lord. Then you shall sacrifice 1 young goat for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the 1st year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the firstfruits for a wave offering before the Lord, with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. And you shall proclaim on the same day that it may be a holy convocation to you. You shall do no servile work in it. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not completely reap to the corners of your field when you reap, nor shall you gather any gleaning of your harvest. You shall leave them for the poor and for the foreigner. I am the Lord your God. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, you shall have a Sabbath rest, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work on it, but you shall offer an offering made by fire to the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Also on the 10th day of this 7th month there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation to you, and you shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire to the Lord. And you shall do no work on that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God. If anyone is not afflicted on that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whoever does any work on that same day, that same soul I will destroy from among his people. You shall not do any kind of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be to you a Sabbath of rest, and you shall afflict your souls. On the 9th day of the month at evening, from evening to evening, you shall celebrate your Sabbath. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of this 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days to the Lord. On the 1st day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work in it. For 7 days you shall offer an offering made by fire to the Lord. On the 8th day you shall have a holy convocation, and you shall offer an offering made by fire to the Lord. It is a solemn assembly, and you shall do no servile work on it. These are the feasts of the Lord that you shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire to the Lord, a burnt offering and a grain offering, a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything on its day, besides the Sabbaths of the Lord, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your freewill offerings, which you give to the Lord. Also on the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have gathered in the fruit of the land, you shall keep a feast to the Lord for 7 days. On the 1st day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And on the 1st day you shall take for yourselves the boughs of beautiful trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. And you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord for 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths for 7 days. All who are born Israelites shall dwell in booths, that your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And Moses declared to the children of Israel the feasts of the Lord. Leviticus chapter 24. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring to you pure beaten olive oil for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually. Outside the veil of the testimony, in the tabernacle of the congregation, Aaron shall order it from the evening to the morning before the Lord continually. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. He shall order the lamps on the pure candlestick before the Lord continually. And you shall take fine flour and bake 12 cakes with it. 2/10 of a portion shall be in 1 cake. And you shall set them in 2 rows, 6 on each row, on the pure table before the Lord. And you shall put pure frankincense on each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire to the Lord. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before the Lord continually, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy to him from the offerings of the Lord made by fire, by a perpetual statute. And the son of an Israelite woman whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel. And this son of the Israelite woman and a man of Israel fought together in the camp. And the Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name of the Lord and cursed. And they brought him to Moses. And his mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in custody, that the will of the Lord might be shown to them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the man who has cursed outside the camp, and let all who heard him lay their hands on his head, and let all the congregation stone him. And you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, Whoever curses his God shall bear his sin, and whoever blasphemes the name of the Lord shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him. The foreigner as well as the one who is born in the land shall be put to death when he blasphemes the name of the Lord. Whoever kills any man shall surely be put to death, and whoever kills a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. And if a man causes a blemish in his neighbor, as he has done, so it shall be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he has caused a blemish in a man, so it shall be done to him again. And whoever kills a beast shall restore it, and whoever kills a man shall be put to death. You shall have the same law for the foreigner as for one from your own country, for I am the Lord your God. And Moses spoke to the children of Israel, that they should take the man who had cursed out of the camp and stone him with stones. And the children of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses. Leviticus chapter 25. And the Lord spoke to Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land that I am giving you, then the land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord. 6 years you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in its fruit. But the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord. You shall neither sow your field nor prune your vineyard. You shall not reap what grows of its own accord of your harvest, or gather the grapes of your undressed vine, for it is a year of rest for the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be food for you and for your servant, and for your maid, and for your hired servant, and for the foreigner who sojourns with you, and for your cattle, and for the beasts that are in your land. All the increase of it shall be food. And you shall number 7 Sabbaths of years for yourself, 7 times 7 years. And the time of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be to you 49 years. Then you shall cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the Day of Atonement you shall make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And you shall consecrate the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you, and you shall return every man to his possession, and you shall return every man to his family. That 50th year shall be a jubilee for you. You shall not sow or reap what grows by itself, or gather the grapes of your undressed vine. For it is the jubilee, it shall be holy to you. You shall eat the increase out of the field. In the year of this jubilee you shall return every man to his possession. And if you sell anything to your neighbor, or buy anything from your neighbor's hand, you shall not oppress one another. You shall buy from your neighbor according to the number of years after the Jubilee, and he shall sell to you according to the number of years for the fruits. You shall increase its price according to the number of years, and you shall diminish its price according to the fewer number of years, for he sells to you according to the number of the years of the fruits. Therefore you shall not oppress one another, but you shall fear your God, for I am the Lord your God. Therefore you shall do my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them. And you shall dwell in the land in safety, and the land shall yield its fruit, and you shall eat your fill and dwell in it in safety. And if you shall say, What shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow or gather in our increase. Then I will command my blessing on you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. And you shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year. You shall eat of the old store until its fruits come in. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. For you are foreigners and sojourners with me. And in all the land of your possession you shall grant a redemption for the land. If your brother becomes poor and sells some of his possession, and if any of his kin comes to redeem it, then he shall redeem what his brother sold. And if the man has no one to redeem it, and he is able to redeem it himself, then let him count the years since its sale, and restore the surplus to the man to whom he sold it, that he may return to his possession. But if he is not able to restore it to him, then what is sold shall remain in the hand of him who has bought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return to his possession. And if a man sells a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year he may redeem it. And if it is not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him who bought it, throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages that have no wall all around them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. However, at any time the Levites may redeem the cities of the Levites and the houses of the cities of their possession. And if a man purchases from the Levites, then the house that was sold and the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession among the children of Israel. But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if your brother becomes poor and falls into ruin with you, then you shall relieve him. Yes, as though he were a foreigner or a sojourner, so that he may live with you. Take no usury or interest from him, but fear your God, that your brother may live with you. You shall not give him your money on usury, or lend him your provisions for interest. I am the Lord your God, who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. And if your brother who dwells by you becomes poor, and is sold to you, you shall not compel him to serve as a bondservant. But he shall be with you as a hired servant and as a sojourner, and shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. And then he shall depart from you, both he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family. And he shall return to the possession of his fathers. For they are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. You shall not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear your God. Both your bondmen and your bondmaids, whom you shall have, shall be from the nations who are all around you. You shall buy bondmen and bondmaids from them. Moreover, from the children of the foreigners who sojourn among you, of them you shall buy, and from their families who are with you, whom they begot in your land. And they shall be your possession. And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But as for your brothers, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with rigor. And if a sojourner or foreigner with you becomes rich, and your brother who dwells by him becomes poor, and sells himself to the foreigner or sojourner by you, or to a member of the foreigner's family, after he is sold he may be redeemed again. One of his brothers may redeem him. Either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or anyone from his family who is near of kin to him may redeem him. Or if he is able, he may redeem himself. And he shall count with the one who bought him from the year that he was sold to him in the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years. It shall be with him according to the time of a hired servant. if there are yet many years remaining, according to them he shall give again the price of his redemption out of the money that he was bought for. And if there remain but few years to the year of Jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according to his years he shall give him again the price of his redemption. And he shall be with him as a yearly hired servant, and the other shall not rule over him with rigor in your sight. And if he is not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For the children of Israel are servants to me. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Leviticus chapter 26. You shall not make idols or a graven image, nor shall you set up a standing image, nor shall you set up any image of stone in your land to bow down to it, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. And your threshing shall last until the grape gathering, and the grape gathering shall last until the sowing time. And you shall eat your bread to the full and dwell in your land safely. And I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and no one shall make you afraid. And I will rid the land of evil beasts, and the sword shall not go through your land. And you shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. For I will have respect for you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And you shall eat old supply, and move out the old because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not hate you. And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, and made you walk upright. But if you will not listen to me, and will not do all these commandments, and if you despise my statutes, or if your soul hates my judgments, so that you will not do all my commandments, but that you break my covenant, I will also do this to you. I will appoint over you terror, consumption, and a burning fever that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And you shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and you shall be slain before your enemies. Those who hate you shall reign over you, and you shall flee when no one pursues you. And if after all this you will not yet listen to me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as bronze. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield its increase, and the trees of the land shall not yield their fruit. And if you walk contrary to me, and will not listen to me, I will bring 7 times more plagues on you according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if, despite these things, you will not be reformed by me, but walk contrary to me, then I will also walk contrary to you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. And I will bring a sword on you that shall avenge the breaking of my covenant. And when you are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall again deliver to you your bread by weight, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. And if after all this you will not listen to me, but walk contrary to me, then I will also walk contrary to you in fury, and I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And you shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses on the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall hate you. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries to desolation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies who dwell in it shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the nations, and will draw out a sword after you. And your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then the land shall enjoy its Sabbaths as long as it lies desolate, and you are in your enemy's land. Even then the land shall rest and enjoy its Sabbaths. As long as it lies desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when you dwelled in it. And on those of you who are left alive, I will send a faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies. And the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when no one pursues. And they shall fall on one another, as it were before a sword, when no one pursues. And you shall have no power to stand before your enemies. And you shall perish among the nations, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And those of you who are left shall waste away in their iniquity in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers they shall waste away with them. If they shall confess their iniquity, and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass that they trespassed against me, and also that they have walked contrary to me, and that I have also walked contrary to them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised hearts are humbled, and then they accept the punishment of their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also I will remember my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land. The land shall also be left by them, and shall enjoy its Sabbaths while it lies desolate without them, and they shall accept the punishment of their iniquity, even because, they despised my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. And yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, nor will I hate them as to utterly destroy them, and to break my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. But for their sake I will remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, that I might be their God. I am the Lord. These are the statutes and judgments and laws that the Lord made between himself and the children of Israel by the hand of Moses on Mount Sinai. Leviticus chapter 27. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When a man makes a singular vow, the persons shall be for the Lord by your estimation. And if your estimation is of a male from 20 years old to 60 years old, your estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it is a female, then your estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it is from 5 years old to 20 years old, then your estimation shall be 20 shekels for a male, and 10 shekels for a female. And if it is from a month old to 5 years old, then your estimation shall be 5 shekels of silver for a male, and for the female your estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it is from 60 years old and above, if it is a male, then your estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he is poorer than your estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him. The priest shall value him according to the ability of him who vowed. And if it is a beast that men bring as an offering to the Lord, all that any man gives of such to the Lord shall be holy. He shall not alter it or change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he at all exchanges beast for beast, then it and the one exchanged shall be holy. And if it is an unclean beast that they do not offer as a sacrifice to the Lord, then he shall present the beast before the priest, and the priest shall determine its value, whether it is good or bad. As you, the priest, value it, so shall it be. But if he wishes at all to redeem it, then he shall add a fifth part of it to your estimation. And when a man sanctifies his house to be holy to the Lord, then the priest shall estimate it, to determine whether it is good or bad. As the priest estimates it, so shall it stand. And if he who sanctified it wishes to redeem his house, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of your estimation to it, and it shall be his. And if a man sanctifies to the Lord some part of a field of his possession, then your estimation shall be according to its seed. A homer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he sanctifies his field from the year of Jubilee, according to your estimation it shall stand. But if he sanctifies his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall count to him the money according to the years that remain, even to the year of the Jubilee, and it shall be deducted from your estimation. And if he who sanctified the field wishes in any way to redeem it, then he shall add to it the fifth part of the money of your estimation, and it shall be assured to him. And if he will not redeem the field, or if he has sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. But the field, when it goes out in the Jubilee, shall be holy to the Lord as a devoted field. Its possession shall be the priest's. And if a man sanctifies to the Lord a field that he has bought, which is not of the fields of his possession, then the priest shall count to him the worth of your estimation, even to the year of Jubilee, and he shall give your estimation in that day as a holy thing to the Lord. In the year of Jubilee the field shall return to him from whom it was bought, even to him to whom the possession of the land did belong. And all your estimations shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. Only the firstborn of the beasts, which should be the Lord's firstborn, no man shall sanctify. Whether it is ox or sheep, it is the Lord's. And if it is an unclean beast, then he shall redeem it according to your estimation, and shall add a fifth part of it to it. Or if it is not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to your estimation. However, no devoted thing that a man devotes to the Lord of all that he has, both of man and beast and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No one devoted, who shall be devoted from men, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death. And all the tithe of the land, whether the seed of the land or the fruit of the tree, it is the Lord's. It is holy to the Lord. And if a man wishes at all to redeem anything of his tithes, he shall add to it the fifth part of it. And concerning the tithe of the herd or of the flock, even of whatever passes under the rod, the 10th shall be holy to the Lord. He shall not search to find whether it is good or bad, nor shall he exchange it. And if he exchanges it at all, then both it and the one exchanged shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. These are the commandments that the Lord commanded Moses for the children of Israel on Mount Sinai.